players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, When you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new ACE-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile. Let's get it. Credit chicken baby, my best mate. Those cookies up as up, teach and ground. Pretty soul, but my blood runs high. But don't grab me like a predator outside. The ladder got to sex no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, when you're before singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel right. We move us one, and eyes on the bonus score. We have us one, we hit us one. Let's go. Credit chicken, baby, my best mate. 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 Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Credit chicken, be my best mate. Credit chicken, be my best mate. Crazy chicken day, be my best mate.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings, WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide. allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky Soirée version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erindale, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. the matching Resonant Mel Glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
The action gets tougher. Good evening, everyone. We are back here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League fall of 2025. My name is Kuku TV, together with the one and only lovely Miss Aya Plays. And we are now here on day number 3, where we saw yesterday there's a back and forth between Misfit International and Yangon Galacticos. But eventually, at the end of the day, YG, the defending champs, takes it. And Aya, today is the last day before we go through the second Super Weekend. Who do you think the 4 teams who will not qualify, though?
Oh, that is going to be a tough question, but most likely we will know by the end of day number 3. I'm just really excited and at the same time quite nervous for those teams who are still in the bottom part of our leaderboards right now. So this is going to be their final chance in order for them to get inside of our Super Weekend week number 2. But first, we have here, of course, in a world where speed, power, and style defines the winners, one smartphone stands above the rest. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. As the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth, competitive gameplay. Its 6.67-inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144 Hz refresh rate pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 mAh battery, 70 watts ultra charge, 30 watts wireless charging. This isn't just a phone, this is the future in your hands. The POVA 7 series.
Yeah, the POVA 7 series. And while I actually adjust my head because my head is kind of cut off. Anyways, again, if you need a brand new device right now, again, that's the device that you need to buy right now in order for you to experience 120 FPS. Right now, if you actually ask a pro player, Aya, which phone they would prefer on using in pro scene, they would tell you either a phone with a 90 FPS or a phone with a 120 FPS. So this phone, the Tecno POVA 7 series, is the best phone for tournament play.
Definitely. So really, for those who are looking for a device right now, this is supposed to be one of your options. But first, are you experiencing low frame rate, too much lag, device overheating, or consuming too much power? Version 4.0 is here to put an end to all your concerns. So don't forget to update to our version 4.0 right now, available in PUBG Mobile, so that you can experience a super smooth graphics.
Yeah, very, very smooth graphics. Even lags will be so much better. And also the frame rate, no drops that will be happening. Anyways, we also have the new brand new event in the 4.0 update, the Spooky Soirée. It's on its way. Get ready for the new gameplay and the epic IP collaborations. Big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun.
Ooh, spooky fun right here is what we have in that event. But my game, My Rule, My Survival, launch date on PC was last week, September 10, on console, September 18, and today for mobile. So don't miss this out, because G-Dragon will come here in PUBG Mobile, and this is going to be very, very exciting. So don't, again, miss out on this.
Yeah, don't miss out. It's already out on all platforms, on all consoles, PCs, and mobile devices. Anyways, we also have the Lotus Experience. It is arrived there in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus cars Emira and Emea precision, performance, and exclusivity await, available for a limited time. As we are back here again, the casters, Kuku TV, together with Miss Aya. Again, we talk about the final day of the qualification through the Super Weekend. And this is actually the schedule. We are currently on September 19th on week number 2 of the group stage. We're getting closer, Aya, to the grand finals. And just like in just 2 weeks, we're done with the whole tournament itself. So I'm very excited as well with what's going to happen today and also for the Super Weekend, because again, other teams are now locking up, like those lower tier teams from last week are now on the upper tier teams.
Definitely. But for now, let's see our tournament format right here. Each group will have 4 teams and they will all play 16 matches throughout our weekend. The top 16 overall advances to the Super Weekend, which is going to be tomorrow. Again, day 1, we're going to have 6 matches where we will set the match point right there. For day number 2, that is where the smash rule will apply, and we can have a maximum of 8 matches, but that could go for as low as around 2 or 3 games in one day. And speaking of, we have here the Super Weekend. We're in at the end of day number 1. Our number 1 ranked team will set the match point, and we will add 20 more points in order for them to have that chance to get it in the next games for day number 2. And for day number 2, they all need to reach the match point and also get a winner chicken dinner in the next games so that they would be able to smash the rest of our Super Weekend.
Yeah, love the update also, by the way. Instead of just 10 points, now it's plus 20 compared to the first day of the Super Weekend. Now, the prize pool is a total amount of $40,000 US, and it is actually cut in half between the league stage and also the finals. And you can see there the difference of the placements and also the total prize pool that they're actually fighting for. And actually, on top of the prize pool, actually, we haven't really talked about this one yet. The champions of this whole tournament will get a slot in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2025. And that's basically the dream of every player out here in our region in PMCL. And last year, we had Harame Bro play in the PMGC. Who will take that slot here in this year's PMGC?
Oh, that is going to be interesting right here. But before that, we actually have here our set of groups which will participate for week number 2. For Group A, we have VG, KCHI, NGGZ, ATSX. For Group B, that is YG, Hyra, GG, and IQ. Group C, MSI, CDS, Time to Quick, K1J. Group D, and Fizaviera, Goa, NX, and ACS. And for Group E, we have our Team Max, OS, JW, IOF, and SBD. And as we start our game number 1 for today and match number 14 overall, we are going to play in Rondo with Groups A, B, D, and E. So Group C would not play yet in this game, but for the overall rankings, we have a lot of changes coming in from yesterday. What can you say about the standings that we have for now?
The standings for now, it's kind of a bit of unpredictable as of yet on who's going to be the number 1 team, because yesterday, Misfit International, they were able to get that number 1 spot compared to YG. Then YG was able to take it at the very last part of the day, which was the second to the last match. And just so unfortunate for Misfit International, on the last match of day number 2, which was in Miramar, they were killed very early. So if they just had that chance to be able to get additional points, then they will be the number 1, or they could have been the number 1 team as we start here day number 3. But again, it is what it is. It's a brand new day, and let's see who will take the number 1 spot.
But for now, we are just going to have a recap of what actually happened. As of yesterday, we have seen the performances coming in from MSI. They have been aggressive for yesterday. And that was actually one of those moments wherein they managed to be so aggressive, try to roam around the map and get those eliminations in. So for MSI, that was indeed a good day for them. But the question is, will they be able to keep that momentum up until the very last game for day number 3?
And there was a moment where MSI all of a sudden turned things on with their aggressiveness, and there was a time that Monboy, and this was that game where Monboy got 8 total eliminations on its own, and a total amount of, if I'm not mistaken, 16 total points is what they got in that game. But again, here is the lineup that we have for tonight. 2 Rondos. Instead of 4 Erangels, we're going to have 3 now. And then it's going to be 2 Miramars right at the end. What do you think of this lineup here, Aya?
This is going to be much more interesting because we are going to have less of the Erangel maps as compared to yesterday and 1 more Miramar map. So really, really quite balanced. They have enough time to adjust coming in from the 2 maps of Rondo, going into Erangel, and again going to Miramar. So that's not going to be a super drastic change coming in from the 4 matches that we had yesterday from Erangel and just jumping to a 1 Miramar map. So now they have a bit of a chance in the map of Miramar, especially for those teams who find this map as their strongest suit, especially for
the start of the day is always going to be Rondo. Again, a very slow start, most especially for teams who would be hot dropping, all because they would, try to play it safe, then eventually be aggressive if they find angles here for their enemies. And again, we have to be ready as well with them going to their recall towers. Yesterday, there were so many teams who even went in the blue zone in order for them to recall their teammates. And again, this recall system is really a game changer for this tournament that we have now here in the fall season. And let's see how will these teams actually will play it. And when it comes to teams, Aya, by the way,
yep,
for match number 14 to be more specific, we're gonna have Group A, B, D, and E. So Group C, they won't play match number 14, and Group C has CTS, MSI, TTQ, and K1J. So if you look at the lineup there, Aya, 2 teams are actually very good. For the past 2 days, MSI and K1J will not play for match 14.
That is going to be quite interesting. So more chance for those other teams, especially those teams who are dropping near those teams, to actually do better in this first Rondo map. And actually CTS2, they did quite fairly well in yesterday's games as they took that first winner chicken dinner for yesterday. So we are also looking at them onto match number 2 if ever that they are gonna have that chance again to take that winner chicken dinner. So Rondo map again would be our first 2 matches for today. As all those people say, I mean, we have different takes on this map. Some are saying that we shouldn't have it because we are having a recall system. It might sound unfair to some because there are just a selected few teams who are getting those eliminations more than the others, but there are also those who are in favor. So how about you, Kuku? Do you think this is really something that we should constantly and continuously have in our tournaments?
Oh yeah, I mean, Rondo is actually giving us much more of that style, whereas we get Erangel most of the time, we get Miramar most of the time. We know those game styles that needs to be played on these maps, but for Rondo, totally different play style is what you would need to do. Like, you would have to go hot drop with teams so that you can bank on early eliminations, and when you bank on early eliminations, then you don't really have to think about getting aggressive midway through, because you can just focus on objectives right after that. And then if you need recall, then eventually you would just have someone in charge to go back, maybe in the blue or maybe outside the circle, in order for you to revive your teammates. And that's, again, the beauty of having a Rondo match. And also, there were some, chats or comments yesterday about in Rondo having, much more eliminations compared to other matches. Yes, that's actually why we have Rondo, so that they can actually try to get much more eliminations compared to those maps, most especially in Miramar, Aya. Like in Miramar, there are most of the times that you don't get too many eliminations in that map.
Definitely. And just to add on to what you said regarding Rondo map, that would really, or rather, that had really gave our teams a bit of that push in order for them to, try to maximize the chance that they are going to have those eliminations in that map because they don't usually get that chance in Erangel and especially in Miramar, as you've said. So, Rondo map, we are seeing sort of different teams really try their best to get those skills in, and we're seeing their different sides onto whatever they can actually show us on how to perform even better in that map. So I guess yes, that is indeed a good addition here for our tournament lineup in the map of Rondo. And speaking of Rondo, we just have less than a minute before we start our match number 14.
Yeah, Rondo is coming to town, Aya, and
Yes.
we've seen one flight paths, if I'm not mistaken. One flight path. So we haven't seen two flight paths, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if this Rondo map will have that two flight path. We've seen teams dropping most of the time to Yulin. There are other teams who drops right around Renjiang. And there were some teams also dropping to Neox Factory. Those are actually those hot locations here in this map. Well, let's see if they will do the same here as we go along here in day number 3. Again, this is match number 14. Again, Group C won't be playing this time around. Let's start Rondo here in day number 3.
And now we are here as one of the final matches that we are going to have for the rest of week number 2 before we get into our super weekend. Again, that is going to be tomorrow up until Sunday. We are actually going to have 2 plane paths right here, which is very interesting because this is the first time that we are going to have this, right? So one coming in from the southwestern side onto the northeastern side, and one coming in from the southern side onto Kunsha right here. So very, very interesting because we are going to have different teams probably drop to a similar location because those plane paths are actually crossing at one point.
Yeah, it's gonna be two flight paths, which I requested. We
Ooh,
haven't
nice
really
one.
had a flight path for this Rondo map for week number 2. But yesterday we've seen NGGZ and KHI getting together at it, and they're actually continuing that rivalry down on the bottom side of Tulin. You could also see infamous Saviera just nearby ATS, and First Blood right away here for Nang X, Ostia Esports, who actually dropped right at Lanpo, or at Fong Tun to be more specific. One player already out from their lineup, and Circle, by the way, centering right around the north side of Yulin. Another
Ooh.
knock happening, and this is again between NGGZ and KHI.
This is really a bit more thrilling for every one of us to watch. Look at that. With that standoff coming in from KHI versus NGGZ, they already lost one of their players. And as we have seen from yesterday, especially during the interview on the page broadcast together with NGGZ Mango, they actually said, or he actually said, that they would continue to perform better and they would really bounce back. So, but with this happening on match number 14, as we start off day number 3, I think they really need to rethink a bit more of their strategies. But first, we have a different battle right here. WIOF versus our SBD, with that nade actually connecting onto Wrong, but he managed to survive even with just a very, very low HP.
Right now, winning a future. Yesterday, they really got it going. But SBD Vicious, this is a team that needs to prove a lot. They haven't really qualified yet to any of the super weekends that we had, which is last week. And it is their time. Currently, so far, they're on top number 16. And right now, Wrong down to half HP. He needs to back out for a little bit. Looks like when it comes to positioning, they do have the advantage. But look at Milo right now, who was actually knocked down. I believe so. It was Ryujin of Hybrid XRA who did that. But there's also another player from a different squad, IQ, just nearby Hyra at Kun Sia. And right now, it's very peaceful at that area, but right here at this very area where I believe so, you can actually do recall someone. Ryujin is just gatekeeping everybody.
Yep, he is indeed doing that right here. But on to that other side, we actually have IQ Rambo waiting for any of the movements of our Hyra Yujin to actually knock him out, but with not a success yet coming in from his side. For Infa Severa Claude, that will be him securing a kill onto Max Spyro. We're not quite sure which part of the map they are at right now, but for Hyra, they're still right here around the area where IQ Rambo is at. So with this possible engagement between those two players, I think they are going to have a good battle later on. But going back to that battle that we have seen on the kill feed, Invisive Claude even knocks out one more. That will be Max Struzzy. But for Max Rex, we will see if he will be able to defend himself in front of Claude.
And Infamous Saviera right now, Claude down to 1/4 HP, but he has the shotgun, gunning Iterex down. And this means that Infamous Saviera can go for that recall, as they're in the EMP zone, by the way. And at Meyran, we are continuing the battle between SBD Vicious and Winning a Future. And you can see Timo now going for the choke, and then Yolos goes down. Shin knocks him off. Now the revive will take place. And right now for SBD Vicious, they're left with only 2 players here, but only 1 at this location.
And with that happening, we are just left with SBD Starboy in the middle of our players from WIOF. Let's see if he would still be able to survive it a bit, or if he will actually be pushed by our players from WIOF. This could also be a chance for SBD Starboy to wait for those players and try to eliminate them one by one. But with all of those 3 players deciding to push, that is going to be a different story altogether. WIOF Shins, though, just still getting all the utilities that they can get before actually pushing forward to Starboy.
And yesterday we saw Shin clutched it out against Hybrid XRA in that Erangel map. Let's see if the momentum continues for his performance here as Starboy. There was one moment, I think, that they got the chicken dinner, and he was the MVP. Let's see if he can actually show an MVP performance. But what was that? He just ran towards the enemy without even holding a gun.
He probably just surrendered himself and didn't want to do anything else. So that was an easy kill for Zador WIOF. Meanwhile, for SBD Wrong, this is their final chance to revive the rest of the team later on. But let's see if he would not actually run into a different team. But here, running into YG would be our team Hyra, Hybrid X Rising Aces, now taking down G Mertnot, while Say Clouds is just spotting them from afar, and Master Smile doing the same thing, scouting their surroundings right there. This might be probably an open field from our end, but I think he has a bit of that cover. We will know that later on. But through the smoke will be the bullets of YG Say Cloud, but that would not damage our player from Hyra so much. But with the blue zone coming right up, he also needs to enter. But we have one more player quite near to his spot, which is actually Hyra Min.
And again, the battle continues between YG and HYRA. Hybrid XRA right now, Min able to eliminate 1 player off from YG. More than likely, we'll see a recall for YG. For Team Hybrid XRA, early game here with 3 elims. This is so good for them. And they're wanting to get out of that top 17 mark area, Aya. So let's see if they can do that here for tonight.
Yep, we will see if that is really going to happen. Though they just have a few points in between them and our SBD. SBD also needs to do better to secure their spot here in our Super Weekend. For Team Max, they're just quite a few points far as well. So a lot can still happen. We would probably see a lot more shuffles, shifts towards the end of our day number 3. So all the teams really need to hustle right now because they don't have any other chance after the set of matches for today. Meanwhile, SBD Malo tries to throw those bullets onto our K-Chai, and that is actually them stopping in front of SBD Milo. So now this is going to be a 4v2 situation.
Milo right now It's just surrounded by two players of KHI. Circle will close, by the way. We are now going to stage number 2. Down to low HP is Milo, and that is it. Coca-Cola able to defeat him. And now the circle shifted all the way to the areas of Yulin, Aya. So, again, that's a hot spot here in this map. There's a recall tower, by the way, inside the circle. So this means that they can probably take the Yulin area, more of the high ground area of Yulin, because that's a much better place, and the recall tower is just nearby that area. For ATS Pro, they're actually at a very huge compound, and they see Master D2K, aka Shroud, and more than likely he won't go to this compound anymore. He's just being sprayed down by the players of ATS Pro.
Yep, and with that attempt, they're actually also receiving a bit of that damage coming in from GG Astro, but Wham needs to heal up right away. Also, one of the teams that needs extra push, that needs a better performance here in day number 3. But for ATS Dread, that was a knockdown actually onto GG Astro, and that will be a confirmation. And one more knockdown onto No Escape, which is actually coming in from Infa Xaviera, as ATS Dread also gatekeeps our team IQ as they pass by, but they are quite unfazed with everything that is happening right there, and they're just focused on to moving to a different spot.
Yeah, they're very much focused to move to a different spot, most especially that teams are just spraying down on them. As IQ, XI, let's see what happens here. Just right around the open areas of Yulin. There's so much ridge at Rondo, Aya. So again, those are the things that you need to use. Will go down, by the way, with a headshot. And looks like XI will be focusing on the airdrop. The airdrop will have a full level 3 gear, and probably a FAMAS or maybe an AMR. We've seen players use an AMR here in this tournament. Rambo, though, firm now here for IQ.
Yep, and with that confirmation, NX Joji now focuses on IQ Master Hong, and probably he would not get away because that vehicle would explode in no time. And yes, that would be the answer. He just needs to hide himself, but through the smoke, he would still be targeted by NX Joji right here, focused on Master Hong. But Master Hong surprisingly still survives all of those bullets right there. NX just having a good spot right around the air of Yulin. Meanwhile, for IQ Navy, so IQ is actually on a spread right now. They are at different locations of our map, so I don't think how would they pull that off to make that into their favor. One player onto the outside of the circle. We have one player near Invisivera. We have one player amidst NX and our BG. But with the movement of the circle, let's see where would that actually shift to. But now we already have seen Master Hong being knocked down by our Nexus Vanguards with that confirmation coming in from that frag grenade.
But more than likely, Nexus Vanguard will be able to get that recall. They're at Yulin. By the way, I actually saw IQ going out in the blue in order for their recalls made. And with that shift, Aya, the only nearby recall tower now would be the one outside the circle, which is right at Yulin. And prior to that, there was like 2 recall towers that they can use, but now it's just only probably just one. But they would have to go through the blue, so they would have to at least maybe do a full boost. As KZ for Nexus Vanguard, he goes down on the feed, and KHI still in the blue zone. As Say Cloud from Yangon Galacticos is just gonna try to focus on the objectives. KZ now will be confirmed by Miner. And Claude will go down on the feed. Nexus Vanguard, just on a small compound here, right beside the city of Yulin. They will try to plan out on what needs to be done to rotate onto the circle. They just need to do a little bit of work, Aya, when it comes to going to circle, because it just shifted right a little bit to the eastern side of the playable area.
But as we've seen on that kill feed, YG Master Smile actually spots one of the players of, I believe that was KHI. Yes, that was KHI. That will be blanks. And with the push coming in from Smile right here together with the rest of the gang, they would be able to secure and confirm that elimination in an instant. Oh, but we have Vermix actually knocking down Master Smile as he attempts to go for that push. And that is quite unfortunate for our YG, but blanks right now will be confirmed. And good thing for YG they can actually go for that revive right away, but Jappy is already on the move to push them down. Romeo now hiding on behind this Dasha. Coca-Cola would also to be together with Jappy right here, but with that nice shotgun action, Jappy will be spotted, but Mix will also be right there to cover fire for his teammates.
And good thing Coca-Cola was there on the flank in order for them to be able to go for that follow-up. And now Jappy will get that revive that he needs. But right now, Minus together with Starboy, they go down together. But looks like Timo is still up, and he will go for the confirmation. There will be a lot of time here left here for SBD as they will go for that revive. It is just still stage number 3, so they can probably use a bandage after when they revive Starboy, and then they can just go easily into the circle because they're just nearby on the north eastern side of this zone. Kaya will go out of this game. Godspeed, able to get that elimination. ATS now together with Team Max, rotating at the northern side. Spray downs coming from ATS, targeting Team Max. Fame, though, for the team of Hyra will go down as well. Coca-Cola goes down, courtesy of YG. Macarezzi goes down as well. Chi right now goes for the spray. Coronai will take the hit, but it was God7 to get him down.
There are a lot of battles going on right now, but we have ATS versus our team Max throwing that nade. That will eliminate actually the rest of our team Max, courtesy of our ATS, but we have a different challenger right here, 80XX, now challenging WIOF. And with Osja still right in front of our team Hyra, wanting to secure that elimination onto Hyra Hash. Nangx just tries to go straight left and right, but he's also receiving a bit of that bullets. But here on a different battle, we have ATS versus SBD. We have Osja versus Hyra, IQ versus Hyra. Yudin will have to say goodbye. GG versus Infa. Everyone are really on a battle right now. All hell's breaking loose. We have here with SBD now wanting to go and escape that engagement because that is actually the blue zone, which is going to be chasing after them.
Oh, and just switched over to this area. GG Esports is finally out as Infamous Xaviera was able to eliminate them. And look at the elimination count for Infamous Xaviera. 7 elims here so far. The one next to them is actually 2 teams, or actually 3. Burmese Skulls, KHI, and ATS. So this is very interesting right now as Miner able to knock off Nady. And these are the players for IQ who just recently got the recall, so they don't probably have enough of the armor or maybe the items in order for them to survive this. But Ostia right now on the feed. One by one, they go down. Lion will be the ones to eliminate him. Hash right now able to defend now the northern side, and look at their surroundings here. They can actually make a good defense there at that very spot, but on the feed again, it's going to be Infamous Xaviera, very busy with only 1 member left for their team.
Oh, but actually I didn't notice YG going out, so now they've left our battlefield right here. We are left with more players who are going to take more of those eliminations that YG was supposed to get in this game. Before, also, they're just circling around this vicinity. Before getting inside of the circle, they are actually going to face our NGGZ in the process. Let's see who will go for that initiation of battle. That's actually NGG trying to throw those bullets onto our Osja, but for SBD, they're actually knocking down the players of our ATS at the same.
And Austria Esports left with only 2. Ranzer. This is the first time I'm seeing Ranzer, Aya. Right? This is the first time Ranzer is playing for Austria. Oh, this is good to see Ranzer now. One of the, players that I see potential to be the future of. Oh, but as I was saying, what the hell happened there? Oh no, the emergency flare, the boulders just killed them.
That was very, very unfortunate because what are the odds that you will be killed by those boulders right there? So now let's see what will Osja actually do after that one, especially that we still have 1 more Rondo map later on. But now still focusing on the battles that we still have meaning inside of the match. Now that circle is shown on the screen. The center is very much vacant, so that is a space that would probably be good for teams to take later on, but because that is going to be an open field, that will also give them a bit of that struggle, as the circle actually favors that middle towards the southern portion of our previous circle. Now we have a BJ Liliatka trying to throw those smokes around. BJ known Also, is trying to think about how they will enter the circle because we have a lot of teams who are already secured in their spot of the safe zone.
Someone clip that us just spot there. I still cannot move on. But anyways, Unknown though will get a headshot from afar as Lion, the only man remaining for Infamous Saviera, is having a little bit of a hard time here at the northern spot, just hugging the blue zone right now. He doesn't have any much of space to go through. He sees those smokes from afar, and right now he's just basically just waiting for that blue zone to also move so that he can probably move all together. But now let's take a look at NGGZ, as they're now going to take that rotation right at the bottom area here of Nexus Vanguard. Gerald, though, I'm not sure if actually stopped for a little bit there, but he will be able to go away right through his teammates. But there's actually one left at this vicinity, MM. They left him.
We will see if he will actually survive that one. But for Infosevere, they would not be able to survive anymore. So they will have to go back to the lobby for now. Hyra at the same time goes to exit this game. But for NGGZ, Mitchie and Minor, they're actually together in this spot. As you've mentioned, they left MM outside. So that will be a different story for them altogether. BG Godspeed spots ATS God7, not only God7, but also ATS WAM. And with that happening, we actually have a lot of eliminations already for the side of V with 9 whopping kills. They're really maximized inside of Rondo.
Nexus Vanguard now needs to move. The blue zone is now moving. A minute and 15 seconds before it closes. God7 will be eliminated by Godspeed. The two gods fighting at each other. 10 elims so far here for Burmese goals. As not Nexus Vanguard, but NGGZ. Ooh, they will be spotted by Lilyatka. He drops down Michi. And now here comes Godspeed. I think he's going to go for a flank here. He does have the Dasha. Looks like he's going to just stay for now here and try things up. Replenish the items that he used. Superboy, though, will be eliminated. Lilyatka continuing the pressure here onto NGGZ. Oh, look at that. The last bullet hit Minor. As he reloads, Cute Loki knocks him down.
Oh no, the third party is real right here, coming in from the sides. Also looking at BG, and with those nades being thrown, we actually have a full squad already of NGGZ. MM managed to also enter that safe zone. Go though, will be spotting IQ Master Hong, and looking at the spread right here, we still have a good positioning actually coming in from Goa. So let's see if that would still favor them later on, as we have more boulders dropping right here, as NGGZM actually spots one player for VG, but he would also be spotted by Master Itchy right there. So left and right would be our battles. We're just experiencing trades right here, but with Goa, Clay Jr. actually joining in that engagement, that is a good knockdown onto the side of NGGZ.
And right now for Burmese goals, Godspeed, they're actually regrouping. The circle is not within their reach, though. They are at the very edge up on the northern side. NGGZ can maybe try to gatekeep them from getting inside, as Migs will be dropped on the kill feed. Right now, the circle, we don't know yet who will probably take this one. Maybe it's going to go to the eastern side, I think. But for now, Rambo needs help. And there's not much of any cover for his teammate to actually go down. Coca-Cola, though, together with Blanks, they have players knocked down and not able to actually get them revive. And you can see now Exai having a little bit of trouble there getting inside that wooden shack. And good thing was able to, as Rambo now will be getting a revive.
And with this battle still continuing on, this only means that they are really good with those resets, as they're still almost up and alive before that nade. We're not sure if that really connected onto NGGs. That almost knocked down both Mitchie and Gerald right there. And Loki, though, is now looking at BG Godspeed. SBD knocks down one of the players of our KH, I believe, or ATSX, onto the other side of our map right here. And Loki throws that smoke so that he could probably hide later on. Godspeed just right above. Master Itchy will be spotted by NGGZ Gerald, while Minor is still asking for that revive from his teammate. They're trying to clean out the surroundings because if they're just gonna let those teams battle them out, they will not be able to escape this area, and most especially if that circle moves out of their spot.
And Mig, actually, he threw a nade. I'm not sure if he threw a nade and then he actually went there to just hide. Looks like he's actually doing it right now. Chi cooking up the frag grenade. Will this one connect onto SBD? It actually dealt a little bit of damage onto Timo for the spray onto Monboy of ATSX. And right now they continue on Spring at that open area where ATSX is at, but Chi will be gone now for ATS. Blanks will go down as well. And you can see Extreme, down to low HP, I think, or actually he is down. And it looks like Zio is gonna go for the recovery. Good thing they had that the grenade launcher for the smoke in order for them to use it up and, you know, cover them up at area.
Definitely, that would really be beneficial for them later on, as we have for SPD Starbuck already confirmed. In the process, we still have a full squad actually for SX and even Goa. So we only have those two teams having a complete lineup still at this stage of the game. Having that number advantage, let's see how else would they be able to handle the situation right in front of them. SBD Timo, that will be the final players, so they would have to say goodbye on rank number 8.
ATSX, all 4 players still complete. Zio is actually on 1 HP. Monboy, the explosion! Oh no! Coming from Clay Jr., they were trying to explode that vehicle, but Godspeed knows. He's actually looking at that spot right now. But then again, for Nexus Vanguard, right at the western side, they're having a little bit of hard time on getting into the circle. Blanks, though, will be confirmed, as Alex now waiting on for that enemy to actually show up. For KHI, though, they only have this one buggy to use, and again, they will be eventually be using it. But Rambo and Xi is just putting in the pressure. Look at that, JS9 from afar, he knocks down Migs. And using that 3-time scope as well. What a play here for Rambo.
Nice one for Rambo. And as he tries to tap those players coming in from KHI, he wasn't successful in securing that elimination. And now he opts to look behind him, which is actually our Nexus Vanguards. Now KHI are up and alive. They would want to go for that circle, but we have Goa just right above. Good thing that they have knocked down one. Well, we have your IQ Rambo knocking down KHI Migs at the same time. Goa LKS spots ATSX 46 and Monboy 2. Zayo heavily damaged, trying to heal up right there. Extreme, the final player, which actually has a bit more life, but also receiving a bit of the damage coming in from Goa LKS. Final bullet is needed for him to be taken down, but Goa LKS decides to just take a step back and not pursue that elimination onto our ATSX.
And again, GOA is actually doing a really good job here on using their high ground advantage. Able to set up some boulders as well with the emergency. As for IQ, look at them. Rambo getting hit by Alex. Or no, it was Clay Jr. rather for GOA. But here comes Nexus Vanguard. They're now pushing towards IQ. XI actually able to drop, keep low key. So for Joji, he'll be forced to back out here and just wait on for the circle.
Let's see if that is going to be favorable for them later on, as ATSX will be pinned down outside of the blue zone. Will they just go for that deny? I think they will, as Extreme will just wait out for that safe zone right there. Oh, he did not actually wait, but he just forced himself to go out of that spot. That's why he was taken by our Goa. But just like that, we are now left with only 3 teams: Goa, ATSX, and NGGZ.
And right now, we're left with only 3 teams. It looks like GOA is now setting up smoke here at the top side hill. And GGZ doing a really good job here in this matchup. Looks like they have resetted from last night's nightmare. And they now have 5 eliminations so far here. Jarrell and his teammate here had 2 and 3. And but then again, it's just way out in the open. Minor will be dropped by Clay Jr. And then now he gets the revive onto Nye Pacquiao. And for GOA, they have the numbers advantage here, still with 4 men remaining. And then they also have the high ground advantage, knocking down one more here for ATSX. And then he eliminates him. So we're now left with a P2. This is probably a GOA win as they knock down now Mitchie. Jaro will be the last guy here for NGGZ. He now has a S12K. He's actually ready for action. But again, 4 is really better than 2. And GOA gets that winner chicken dinner.
Nice one for our Goa. They actually repeated their day number 1 performance for week number 2, wherein they also got that winner chicken dinner in our first match. So GG in our match number 14.
Now GOA, they just waited for that right timing and right positioning right at the end game. In probably the final 3 stages, they waited on for that high ground advantage. And once they got that high ground advantage, they just gatekept every single team that is trying to get their way. And again, that's how they won it. With 4 members actually alive here in Rondo.
That was indeed a good fight in the map of Rondo and a good game. Well played indeed for the side of our Guardians of Angels. So what a way to start the first of the final few matches that we are going to have for today. So now they're just left with 6 more games. KS getting 2 eliminations overall. Goa Clay Jr. with 6, Goa Rex with 3, and Ngap Kiao with 3. So with those 14 whopping eliminations, that would definitely change the storyline for the side of Goa.
And for GOA, Clay Jr., the man with a plan here for Guardians of Angels. And by the way, Clay Jr. is the IGL also for GOA, so good game, well played for the IGL/Scout for Guardians of Angels. And yesterday, Guardians of Angels was very quiet. So today, as we start day number 3, being the team who won the first match of the day, which is match number 14, this is a good sign for GOA. And speaking of GOA, they are on a really good spot in the overall rankings. But before we talk about that, Aya, let's watch the highlights.
Those were our highlights for match number 14 for day number 3. And we have the points on the screen. For Goa, they had a total of 24 points coming in from that winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, second attempt would be NGGZ with 11, and also BG with 10 eliminations coming in from that match alone. So they have a total of 11 points. ATSX with 9. NX, KHI, and I believe that was Infa Xaviera, all with 8 points each solely from our first Rondo map. For ATSX, they also had 6 kills from that game. Hyra with 5, SBD with 4, tied up with WIOF, Oster with 2, YG with 1, GG and Max with 0. I think this had been the 3rd time that we've seen YG getting only 1 point, but we also know that they also are capable of getting a lot more points. So probably this is sort of a negligible game for them, especially that MSI was not also in the match in match 14.
Yeah, we seldom see Young Galacticos at that spot. But anyways, with them only getting 1 point, so only just a few bumps here for her YG with the gap compared to MSI. And then BG with their scoreline now, they're much getting closer now to top number 2, which is Misfit International. Well, Misfit International did not play in match number 14, so they will bounce back on the next game, because on the next game, we will see them back here for the next rondo. It's going to be Group A. We will not be playing the next rondo, so unfortunately, that's going to be KHI, Burmese Goals, ATSX, and NGGZ. So it's good that they're able to bank on in that one rondo map that they have for today.
Let's see what will happen on to our next game. So for the top 4 teams, we have here, of course, Goa getting those 14 eliminations in, NGGZ with 5 being the second placer, and BG, even despite not getting into the final top 4 teams that we've had in that rondo map, they're still here because of those whopping 10 eliminations at the same time. We also have your ATSX with those 4 eliminations. And looking at the utilities that all of these teams had inside of the game, we had a lot for inside of NGGZ when it comes to the smokes and with the nades, together with BG with those smokes and nades as well with 16 each. And for ATSX, they had 13 smokes used at the same time. So with the utilities, we really know that those are really useful inside of the match.
And the MVP of the match is Clay Jr. with 6 elims, 1,126 damage, 297 damage, with 37% team contribution, with 26-27 survival time. Again, this is the IGL of the squad of GOA. They were quiet yesterday. A little bit quiet, but eventually now they're opening up for them. And this means that they might probably go up the rankings now in the next few games to come. But again, guys, enjoy more frame rate options when you download the latest update of the PUBG Mobile version 4.0. Again, for my device, unfortunately, I don't have any update on mine, but if you check yours, maybe you can set it up to super smooth and check if you can go higher, maybe to 90 FPS or 120 FPS.
I think you should already buy the Technopova 7 series right here. But before that, of course, we just have finished the first rondo map right here, taken by Goa. We still have 6 matches for today. So sit back and relax, all of you guys. We are going to be right back. I'll play together with Cuckoo TV.
Let's fly high now. Match 15 on your way. And the flight path, not so sure where, but let's talk about groupings again. Just a recap to those who are just viewing in right now. Group A won't be playing in this match. KHI, BG, ATSX, and NGGZ. And now the flight path is just a straight line from the west through Bamboo and Stadium, right until the right in between Bailey and Jiaotin. So let's see, where will these teams now drop? And again, since KHI and NGGZ won't be dropping this time around, we won't see them fight.
Yeah.
But you will see ATSX. Oh no, not ATSX as well. So ATSX also won't be playing. So you won't see those teams who are usually dropping together, but we might probably see YG, who will have another team right with them.
This is interesting because, again, this is only one plane path as compared to the previous one that we had, wherein there are several teams who battled out with each other because of those two plane paths actually crossing paths. But wait up, look at the late drop. Right here, we have several teams, I think, deciding to go to a similar spot right there. MSI right now to get with our GG. They're actually starting those battles already, opening those fires, but no one is yet damage coming from either ends. GG No Escape together with GG Astro is actually together with MSI Monboy in that same building. That's why Monboy was holding that fragment, probably in any case that GG would actually push him out before Pretzel. He's also right in front of GG Master D2K.
And Monboy currently stuck at the second floor of this 3-story building. So Soirée will probably be the first blood of this matchup as he goes down. And Monboy just waiting at the staircase. This is what you would need to do if in case you are actually stuck. But looks like there's a trade knock here between K1J and IQ. These are the two teams that are really doing a really good job here in week number 2. They have really improved Aya. And right now, they're going for those revives for both sides. Looks like they will go for that revive. Soirée needs to heal up though, but on the kill feed again, like what I said, YG will have another team with them, that's CTS, but we go back to GG and MSI, and Monboy drops 2, then he goes down. He actually drops 1 only. And then now Astro will go for the confirmation, and now the revive will happen now to GG. MSI, this is their first time coming back to day number 3. Looks like they're still cold.
They are still indeed cold. They need this match to warm up a bit, but losing one of their players and still knocked down will be their IGL right here range. We have their Pretzel holding that nade onto GG Astro, but that will be a confirmation coming in from his side, but with a nade, ooh, that will actually land perfectly onto GG Astro. And as Pretzel pushes forward, he would most likely secure the elimination before SBD. Milo loses his life, courtesy of Ozzy right there. And now with the push coming in from Pretzel, he's just making sure that no one else is around. GG No Escape is just right around the corner, but he is looking for Astro X right here, trying to secure that elimination. Ooh, wait up. We have that 1 kill coming in from his S12K, but from around the corner, we have a different battle going on between K1J again and our IQ. But with that revive actually coming from MSI, they're actually going to pin down GG.
Yeah, to turn things around. Looks like they were cold, but eventually Pretzel able to knock down No Escape. And for GG, they will have 1 player who will go to a recall tower. So they will get Test Track and Neox Factory all together. So this is a really, really good spot to be in. And now Kaya will be at Ryan. And they will go for that recall. They will get those items as well with that nade. The claw actually takes down Soirée, and Soirée again gets knocked down the second time around. This time around, he won't get revive anymore as they confirm him with another frag grenade.
And for IQ, let's see how else they would be able to revive Masterong and at the same time handle K1J 1 second already going forward. Infa Xaviera, I say those spots. YG Romeo Boy also confirms him right there. K1J 1 second want to go for that secure, but we have here, ooh, 1 more attempt coming in from the claw, but he will be knocked down. But from that counter attack coming in from Key Mine, that was just really on point at the same time. And with the push coming in from behind. IQXZYY also attempts to push forward and tries to go for that revive onto his teammates.
Keymind will go for the revive first. It's the best thing to do, so that you will have a 2v1 advantage here against Exai. And now Exai is just trying his quickest way to get through the buildings. And ooh, actually he got spotted. That's so bad for Exai. Keymind able to eliminate him right away. And same thing will happen to IQ. Look at this. Cool right now will be spotted by Smile. Look at that spray with an M762, 3x scope on it as well. I actually love the gun of M762 and AKM IM. Which one is your favorite, by the way?
I actually like M762 better than AKM. I cannot control AKM that well. But wait, we have the control on the side of SBD onto our team Osja, I believe. But we have another battle going on. WIOF versus our ATS, wherein she actually knocks down WIOF Shin. And with that happening, ATS One will actually be rammed over by WIOF YOLO from the side. And here comes ATSG going for that revenge right here. Oh, nice speed coming in from him with that S12, and that will be an instant kill onto WIOF.
Nice shot there by Cheat, and then eventually goes for the elimination right away. And then God7 looking at Lucky at the recall tower. And Lucky right now is just hearing those voice chats in game. Please recall me.
Thanks.
As they get the revive Ion now here at this very spot. Winning a future will get their teammates back, and they can go for a counterattack for ATS.
And with that happening, we also have here one more engagement. Team Max versus SBD, as they will actually be chased by the blue zone in a bit, so they need to finish off this battle right away. With Maxu holding that nade right here. Oh, here comes the blue zone. Maxu still holding that nade, still waiting for the movement coming from SBD. I think he would just wait for them to move out, but I also don't think SBD would actually let him move out of this spot. And with this attempt, oh, coming in from the rooftop, oh, he will actually be knocked down by Maxu. Nice defense coming in from him.
Yeah, nice defense there for you. Not for me, but for you. Yeah, yeah. And for you now, he's able to go for the first aid. He needs to be careful though. SBD Vicious has much more HP, but look at that. He actually hit him a little bit there. Down to just 1/4 HP. There you go. Nice play for you. As he's able to outplay Starboy there. And we go back here to winning a future. And for winning a future, yesterday they really had good outing, Aya. With them being able to get those eliminations. Just so unfortunate on match number 9, they made a big error. But here in this map right now in Rondo, looks like they're currently struggling against ATS.
They're really struggling right there. Oh, but with the shift of the circle, that is really a far shift, especially for those teams K1J and even those other who are really coming from the northern side and northwestern side of our maps. The extremes to extremes would be their journey, so that is really indeed going to be a long ride.
Well, let's see if that's going to be a long ride. But right now, ATS just waiting for winning a future to get up the staircase, and looks like they were baited by Wham and his teammate God7. Ooh, look at that. He actually has a molly, so that will force the player off from winning a future to not push at all. And this is a minus of winning a future. And he needs help. His teammate not here currently, but the teammate is actually on a far compound, opposite end of this compound where ATS is at. So for now, it's all about him against the 3 players of ATS.
And looking at that, we're not yet quite sure if ATS would push forward, but for WIOF, YOLO's actually near to the side of our M-side players. That's why he was able to knock down one of them, and not even just a knockdown with a confirmation onto Ryman. But with ATS moving around for WIF already. We have Reminders being sandwiched in between two players, but with that quick peek of that shotgun, he was able to knock down and confirm ATS wham right there. But with those splits coming in from Chi, that will be confirmation onto our WIOF at the same time.
And right now, Winning a Future will get another recall for their team. So that'll be it. And now you will go for the revive. YOLOs will get a revive. And then the third party, actually, from MSI, looks like Pretzel just got way too out in the open as he gets dropped. And then for GG, they will go through the blue now. Looks like there's another player right just beside them. Most of the teams are actually in the blue zone. If you look at the scoreboard right now, a bunch of blue at the teams, except for like maybe 5 or maybe 6 teams. So it looks like they're just holding on for the recalls. And then now Range able to eliminate Master Hong. And then on the kill feed as well, it's going to be Shroud, a.k.a. Master D2K, who will go down on the kill feed. And they're the ones actually from the blue, coming right through the northern side. Here is now the circle. It might probably go to Long Garden and probably go again to Danqing, but no. It goes to Hong to 1, where Ostja is just nearby at the western side. They can probably control that area right now. And there's a lot of teams coming from the northern side as well.
A really, really tricky circle is what we have right here. But for MSI Range, that would be the answer on. So ATS actually managing to knock them down earlier on. Now this would be Chi trying to survive, but with those bullets, they weren't able to knock him out and secure the elevation with that vehicle because probably of the movement being slow coming in from that dasher right there. But for IQXZYY, he was still trying to go for that revive, that recall onto his teammates, probably trying to take advantage of the chance while everyone else is busy onto getting inside of the circle. GG has a good spot right here, but with SBD and IQXZYY, that is still not the best positioning, but SBD are already in their vehicles to push forward as well.
And SBD Vicious looks like they're going to go for a long rotation here, as 7 support will be able to take out Rambo. Xi is still right here. He's the only player left for IQ. Just looting whatever remains is left at that area. And for YG, just able to go through the blue zone now. And TTQ is spraying down on YG. And good thing they were able to escape that area. Also that Coop RB that was being sprayed down by Gus. As they're able to adjust themselves and go through Ostja as well. They're not able to see YG with this rotation that they're doing.
Yep, they probably wouldn't be able to see them later on. But with, again, several teams still staying outside of the zone, and with that tricky circle that we have here, I think this is still going to be a stretch for everyone else. We still have 16 teams. We just lost several players, but wait. IQXZYY wasn't able to go for that recall earlier on, and now that is why they will be eliminated in our game as the very first team to go back to the lobby coming in from our match number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be bad stuff here for IQ, knowing that they're at top number 6. They would need to continue being consistent, though, because there's still a lot of matches left for today. Including this match, there's like 5 more matches left, Aya. So, again, they need to be consistent, or else there's a bunch of, hungry other teams that will love to take that spot that they have. Circle now will close. And let's see, where will this circle go? Goes to GOA. GOA has been doing a really good job when it comes to objectives.
Yep.
And they're actually on a box split right now. Currently boxed around that area, and they're able to take and occupy that middle portion of the circle, as well as CTS will be eliminated. That's all because of the blue zone, and unfortunate times for CTS.
Really, really unfortunate that Blue Zone will actually be the culprit for their elimination right here. Max Pyro will also be taken by that same Blue Zone, which wiped out the rest of our CTS. And MSI Ryman, they're actually continuing with that battle together with ATS, and that will be God7 knocking down range as well, with Wham being spotted by Pretzel with that initial confirmation. We have here God7, Chi, and Dre from the side. Will they push? Actually, they will. And they would just ram over those final two players to take that confirmation.
ATS now 6 elims so far in their team. Same goes with MSI, who has the most number of elims here in match number 15. But look at Team Max now, still having a really hard time on rotating in. You and Coronai, nowhere place to go, as Romeo has that angle onto them. There's still one left for Team Max, who is Trezzy, or it's actually Iter X rather, and now surrounded by the world champs. I would not want to be in this place, Aya, but right now, he actually knocks down Master Smile, and he's trying to confirm him right away. But then here comes the backup, and that's bye-bye for Team Max.
Nice try for Team Max, but that was the world champs for a reason, trying to eliminate him in the process. And for MSI, they would also be next to our Team Max as they go back to the lobby with 6 eliminations in the bag. But with that happening, YG actually takes over again. MSI right here, and that was almost a boulder dropping above WIF minus, but with the vehicle explosion, he actually went out. What a way to be eliminated in this game. That is just really heartbreaking.
Did the boulder damage that blank vehicle, and then the blank vehicle exploded? My goodness. That's so unfortunate for him. Anyways, right now we go back here to the game as 1 second. Fully spotted by Infamous Javiera. Kane is actually inside the house. I'm not sure if they know it. Looks like they are not aware of it. They don't hear the footsteps yet. Ooh, actually, looks like Lion actually hears someone from up above. You just don't do any movements in order for you to not be spotted. And now Kane will be surrounded by 3 players of Infamous Javiera. And now the bombs coming in, and also the blue zone coming in. He needs to heal up, though.
Oh, no!
As now, Lion, the predator that he is, able to eliminate K1J.
What a game right there. The final shotgun bullet limits the rest of K1J. But look at that. Go again having that circle. It had been the storyline for week number 2. They are almost always inside of that safe zone. So very, very lucky moment for our Guardians of Angels. They don't need to move that much. That happens in the map of Rango. That also happens here in the map of Rondo. So kudos to our Guardians of Angels for that zone anticipation. But for YG, they're still battling it out with our Osja right here, waiting for the movements coming in from above. But both of them are actually still outside of that safe zone.
And YG up on the eastern side, or western side rather. Ooh, actually top. Able to knock down, say, Cloud. But then there's going to be a trade-off. It's going to be top. Who will go down? Region goes down as well. Here comes Osja as they drop Romeo. And no more revives for, say, Cloud, but Mernat is there at the back end. But look at that spray through the smoke. Ranzer with that ASM Abakan. The 2 Titans here from both Myanmar and Cambodia are fighting. Eliminated now is Team Hybrid as 7 support. Together with Master Smile, they try to relocate. And let's see if they can actually survive. Only 1 player left for both squads. They just trade off knocks for each other. And they will now go for the confirmation. 7 support right now. Not knowing the other spots or locations of the 2 other guys of YG who was knocked down already. SBD Vicious now out in the open areas, actually, Aya. And they're just in smokes in there.
Oh, no.
Lion able to see, say, Cloud, or able to see Master Smile, rather. So the rest of YG is out.
The rest of YG will also rest for now. We have our Goa Clay Jr. was spotted by ATS. I just mentioned how Goa always takes that safe zone circle all for themselves, but we have the challenger ATS right here. Invisiverdo, after the elimination onto Master Smile, will also be eliminated as a full squad. SVD just confined within that small area. That is not the most ideal. And that will be a really difficult positioning for them. But Goa right here would want to take them down. But NXT Loki was actually the one to eliminate those players from SBD.
Oh, looks like Goa knocked down cute Loki. Nades coming in. Timo, 1 HP left, just hiding through the smoke. Another frag grenade. It didn't hit him. Good thing for now, as he's gonna try to go for the recovery. But look at Joji. He's going in for the flank here from afar, able to eliminate the players of SBD Vicious. Now he goes back to his teammates, which is inside the circle. Milo now will be confirmed. So it's gonna be just Timo now for SBD Vicious. He's actually inside the zone right now, but again, he's out in the open. That is actually an area that you don't want to be staying at.
Yep, definitely. If you have any other choice, you would not take that. But he doesn't have any other choice right now, as he will also be wiped from our second Rondo map right here. For NX, they're taking the western side, which is, I think, one of the best spots for them to take at this point, as that will not be surrounded by several teams. But for GG, they would be spotted by Time to Quick later on, the final player of Osjay, and even those players right inside, which is our Guardians of Angels. We are left with 6 teams having several players still up and alive. So this means that we actually have a good chance for Time to Quick. And with the annoying boulders, as the comments in Whitey said, that is really annoying, especially if you are on the receiving end. That is going to be a huge challenge for you guys, but you can also take that as your defense in any case. So for our NX, they have a lot of boulders right behind them, but they also wouldn't need those because there are no players behind their spot.
You just have to understand how the boulders work, Aya. Like you would have to, play in Classic, get an emergency flare, and then you would have to analyze where these boulders are actually going out.
Dropping. Yep.
Yeah. So for Austria now, they're out in the open. That's it. TTQ, Bunny, able to eliminate them. But they do leave with 6 elims. And same goes to YG, who actually left already with 7 elims. So that's good for both of them. Same goes to MS6. But right now, GOA is just doing the same thing as what they have done in the previous Rondo map. And they're now gonna maybe try to gatekeep again those teams that are surrounding them.
I think that could also be one of the possibilities that we are gonna have right here. But as GG moves around the map, we have Time to Quick just right behind them, so they really need to be careful. But for ATS, they're also actually having a good spot, just like what I've mentioned about our NX earlier on. They could maximize that eastern side. They could even go a bit above. But for Time to Quick, let's also see how would they manage battling with GG, even with Goa and ATS.
And that was Gus using an M24. First time I've seen an M24 in this week.
Yep.
So good to see that those bolt action rifles are now being used here in the tournament play. But Superboy now able to see Rex. He goes down now. They're actually on a 1-2 split. Not so sure why GOA is actually doing this. And this is going to be pretty hard. Most especially those 2 players down on the bottom side of the zone. Clay, or Alex rather, and KS. Or Alex and Rex rather. Not able to get a good view. And Nexus Vanguard is just, giving them a really hard time right now. Just, keeping the pressure in, destroying the vehicle all at the same time too. And now Superboy able to see Rex again. Same goes to his teammate. So they're just putting in all the bullets right now at the bottom side. Pacquiao needs to do something here as the circle now goes to him.
He again has that advantage of that safe zone, but him being alone, I don't think he can actually do so much. But for Joji, that would be him and not the players of our NX or our GG. And with all that happening right here, let's see how would they actually the Astro would be lucky that he has that Coop RB so that he won't be damaged by those shrapnel. For the rest, oh, not actually. He will be spotted eventually, and GG Astro would probably be gunning for NX moves around the map right here. Time to quick joins that engagement, and with that sandwich action, GG would be GG'd.
Now 4 teams remain here. TTQ, ATS, Nexus Vanguard, GOA. But look at that nade from Nexus Vanguard. But again, it was traded off by a frag grenade also from TTQ. And now Nexus Vanguard is out. Chi goes down now as GOA is looking for a back-to-back win here in match number 15.
Wow, let's see. And wait, that is really going to be the storyline for the side of Goa. But for Time to Quick, they also have a fair chance right here. Meanwhile, for ATS, I think that's really quite a low chance for them taking that winner chicken there. But in any case, the Time to Quick would be focused on our Goa. They could be spared from further downfall, and that could be their chance later on. But for Goa Rex right here, they're still moving around, and they're actually focused on 2 teams, both Time to Quick and ATS. So let's see what else could happen.
And that boulder just rolling over of that player. You have to be careful again with those boulders. TTQ now making their moves. They're still complete. The only team complete here with 4 players strong. As they're looking at GOA still with a 2-1 split here. Alex now targeting Miracle. But for ATS, oh no, this is so bad here, Aya. No more heals for both of them.
Oh no, that is going to be really difficult because they need to replenish their HPs right away in order for them to push through with those engagements happening right in front. Nade will be thrown but will not damage anyone else. Time to Quick Gus will just move a bit forward as they will be pushed by the blue zone from behind them. Now Zuki spots the rest of our Go, and Rex will be spotted, but that would not actually damage him with that M24. But with the heal up coming in from Time to Quick, Zuki and the rest of the gang, they're actually having a good spot right here together with Goa, but that is a huge unlucky moment coming in from ATS that they won't be comprised here in the next safe zone.
GOA, Pacquiao, has been holding on for this position for a very long time. I believe he's been holding for this for like 2 stages or 3 stages already. And we are on stage number 8. This is the final circle. And we still have stage 9, which is the closing of this zone. And ATS, looks like they were able to get those heals that they needed. And they were able to get in. Successfully able to get in the circle. So this is good for ATS, but not good for Chi because he's down to just 10% HP. 7 is down to 15% HP, but look at Chi, he's still moving, he's still spraying. Even though he doesn't have any heals anymore, the fighting spirit of ATS is just showing right now. But again, it is still the circle of TTQ and GOA, and there you go. Zuki able to eliminate now Chi. So only 2 players left for ATS. Looks like GOA sees that opportunity to push.
For ATS, they're barely surviving, and with only 1 frag grenade coming in from Goa Rex, that annihilates the rest of our ATS. Unfortunate moment for them right there, but now we're going to be focused on the 4v3 battle going on between Goa and our Time to Quick. Nades will be thrown as well, coming in from our Time to Quick. But with the spread of Goa right here, we actually have Ngapakyao onto that flank right in front of Time to Quick Bunny. He could be the poison right here, or the serpent actually biting into our Time to Quick. But that can only happen if only one of the players of Time to Quick gets quite near to his spot. So with that crawl coming in from Ngapakyao as that zone pushes them forward, let's see if this is going to be a Time to Quick circle or a Goa win.
Yeah, when the snake bites, that's gonna hurt for TTQ. So they actually have a smoke right over here. So it will eventually go out. And Ngapakyao will have this tree as cover. But looks like Bunny is actually cooking a nade.
Whoop.
Is he actually throwing it onto Ngapakyao, or he's actually throwing it right over to Nge Pacquiao. I'm not sure if they know that Nge Pacquiao is right over there, but Bunny is just looking at that side still.
Look at that boulder.
And the boulder is actually
middle.
glitching out, Aya. What is happening to that boulder?
That boulder's getting crazy too because of crazy battles that we are having here inside of our second and final Rondo map for today. We have Nge Pacquiao still crawling his way through. We have her bunny quite out in the open, but with Nge Pacquiao not being able to connect those bullets, he would just reveal his positioning, and Yellow Chaos will be spotted onto their side with a finish off coming in from Miracle right here. Miracle is what Goa needs to have so that they could win this battle. Final player would be Goa Rex, hiding behind the boulders right here. Time Quick already on the move for him, and they're already pushing forward, and they are really determined to take him out alive, and that will be the end for our Guardians of Angels. Despite getting a good circle, despite getting the previous winner chicken dinner, they're not going to have a back-to-back, and that is courtesy of Time to Quick.
Yeah, TTQ denies that back-to-back from Guardians of Angels. And Time to Quick, able to get those bullets in and able to get that rotation in and get that winner chicken dinner for match number 15. And for TTQ, they go up the rankings here more than likely with this winner chicken dinner, probably right around top 3, maybe top 4. Not so sure. We'll see that later on as we go along this day. And again, for the winners here, for the couple of Rondo maps that we have, seems like the Myanmar teams are very good in playing Rondo.
They really are, and that's what we have seen so far here in this day. And for Time Quick, again, that is a good win because yesterday also got a winner chicken dinner in match number 9, match number 10. So with them having one more, that would just definitely secure their spot towards our Super Weekend week number 2. So GG's to our Time to Quick. Let's see if they would also be consistent with their performance just like our Goa.
Yeah, we'll see if TTQ will have that momentum going to the Erangel map, because that is it for Rondo, Aya. The 2 Rondo maps is over. We're going to head on to the map of Erangel, where you would normally see Burmese goals, YG, maybe even MSI play good. Yesterday, actually, when it comes to Circle, in Erangel, there were like a couple of Circle that it actually went to Subsnovka military base. So let's see if that will be the trend for today's Erangel maps.
Definitely. We will look at that later on as we look so long here on the scene of our winner chicken dinner for the side of our Time to Quick. It's not just a quick peek for all of us, but again, shout out to everyone who's watching on our comment sections. I probably would take the chance to shout out to people on the YouTube channels, to Cecilia Kiao Lai, to Messi 10, to Min Tet Thar, to Sao Larbuel, to Bubito, shout out to Hucker Hain as well as MG Jack, to Zuelai, to Myo Min So 969, and to Sa, and to Snow Wolf. Good evening to all of you guys. We hope that you guys are enjoying our battles so far, and that had been our match number 15 out of 20, which means we still have 5 more matches, 3 in the map of Erangel and 2 for Miramar.
Yeah, get your dinners ready, because we're gonna have a long night. We're gonna identify also who will be the top 16 teams who will go to the second Super Weekend, and I would love to see a smash in the second Super Weekend, because we didn't had a smash in Super Weekend 1. So we'll see later on if we'll have that. But here are the stats now. For Time to Quick, finally, we see the stats. Zuki, Miracle, Gus, Bunny with 5, 3, 2, and 1. Zuki being the one with the most elims so far here. And if I'm not mistaken, Zuki is the IGL of the squad. Looks like there's a trend that IGLs are actually getting more of that eliminations. Kind of like what Smile had been doing, kind of like what Clay has been doing for GOA.
Definitely. So that is one of the really difficult to pull off trend, but definitely a good one, because that only shows to us that they are quite well-rounded, having that game knowledge in order to guide their teammates inside of that towards that win rather, and also getting those points all for themselves. But first, let's watch the highlights which had happened during our match number 15.
And we're done with the highlights now as we go to the match rankings. 21 points is what TTQ will get for this game. And then for GOA, wow. 2 consecutive good games for GOA. So this is really good for the Angels that guards Myanmar. And right now, Nexus Vanguard also getting a good game out of this, even though that they had YG playing. And for YG, this was a bounce-back game from match number 14. They didn't really had a good game. So with that 7 points, they were fragging out earlier on and eventually got gate kept. And that's basically their trouble or their problem going through this match. And for the rest, I want to talk about MSI. MSI, this is their first game for day number 3. And we don't see them in the first page of the match rankings.
They're right here on to rank number 9, having 6 points coming in solely from their elimination. So that is still something, but you know, because it's their first game, I mean, let's give them a bit of that time for them to warm up later on. But for Invisibility had 5 right here together with WIOF, 3 for K1J, Team Max for with 2 together with IQCS with 1, and unfortunately 0 points for Hyra. So this was their final Rondo map. I hope that they were content with the points, the eliminations that they were able to take, especially for those top 3 teams that we had seen on the first page. They all got 11 eliminations each. So that is really something right here, because you don't usually get that unless you're really very aggressive and you went around the map to look for opponents. But for the overall rankings, we still have Young Galacticus on the number 1 spot with 119 points. Next to them would be MSI with just that 4-point difference with 115 points. And next to MSI would actually be Goa after that very good performance in the previous Rondo map with 114, just a 1-point gap. But next teams would probably just have a few differences as well. BG with 98, Austria with 91, Time to Click with 87, Invisiver with 81, IQ with 80, NX with 79, and GG with 71.
It's very close between the 3 teams right now in the top 3, YG, MSI, and GOA. If you look at the matches also, everyone matches now with 12. So this means that we're all good with all the matches. And we're now going to go to the next match, which is match number 16, where one group won't be playing, and that is Group B. And again, Group B, Aya, will be the group where YG is at.
Ooh.
So there will be some sort of advantage for GOA and MSI. And speaking of GOA is a part of the top 4 teams here in match number 15, together with TTQ, Nexus Vanguard, and Arteos Esports. And that's the meaning, by the way, of ATS, if you don't know. ATS. And right now you can see the Oh, actually, you can wish now, Aya. It's so much 11s that I see. 11 eliminations, 11 eliminations, and 11 eliminations. You can now wish. Everyone can now wish on chat. But the wish is granted for TTQ Zuki. He is the MVP for this matchup.
Ooh, nice one for Zuki right here, having taken home 5 eliminations, 545 damage, and only 268 damage taken right here. And most of the damage will be around the body with 59%. So with Zuki doing that, as you've mentioned, he is the IGL, and he also manages to take home those eliminations. That is what Zuki can bring to the table. But speaking of, we already have teams here who brought that winner chicken dinner to the table. Rondo was taken by Goa, the second Rondo, and the final one was taken by Time to Quick. So we have 3 more games in the Battle Wrangle and 2 more for Miramar map. But before that, don't forget to update to version 4.0 so that you can have a more stable frame rate and a smoother combat.
Yeah, definitely update now to the updated version of PUBG Mobile 4.0 and switch over to super smooth, so you can probably experience less lag or maybe less frame drops. I have done that with my device, and with my device being on super smooth, it is much better. No overheatings, actually, to be honest. But anyways, we're done with that, and right now we're done with Rondo. So now we tour over to the 3 Erangel maps here for match 16, 17, and 18 as we go back here on a short break. Kuku TV and Aya will be back for more PUBG Mobile action. As we fly now to the first Erangel map of the day, match number 16 on your way. And this is coming from the northern side, just right below the areas of Georgia Pole South City apartments and hospital area. Now you can see them going through the area of Pachinki, Farm, Milta, and Milta Power. So this has been the most probably easy circle, the easiest circle probably that I've seen so far here for Erangel, because we've seen a bunch of or not circle, but flight path rather. Flight path yesterday was like on the northern side, and then there were some flight paths on the southern side as well. So this is a flight path that is in the middle, so more than like vehicles, because normally that's when the start of those early engagements, except for the fact that there will be some teams who will be hot dropping, which so far there hasn't been much as of yet.
I am seeing that as well. I don't think they're really going for the same jobs. Oh, but look at the circle. Not much of the usual, but it comprises a bit of that SMB island, a bit of the main island, and a lot of the water. So that is when it's going to be tricky, because we still have sort of waters around that area. Oh, before WIF, look at them getting that glider. Getting that glider over here. They're probably wanting to enjoy the fresh air, but they would just get the UAZ right here. They just use that for a while, but it would be much fun, if they use that for longer, but that is going to be a huge risk for them. So I guess that is just their way to get that UAZ. So GG's for WIF. They already have their vehicles intact.
And you know what? With this type of circle, teams would probably go for Primorx first, and then we might probably see that circle that we just had yesterday. You remember that circle we had in Ferry Pierre? So let's see if that will be a pattern here for the circles in Erangel. TTQ would have a good time with this type of circle, because they will most likely gatekeep Guardians of Angels right below on the map. Remember, Guardians of Angels drop right around Sosnovka military base. So whenever they will try to go through the left side bridge, TTQ would most likely be there to gatekeep them.
Definitely. So let's wait for that to happen later on. But we have our Max Knight taking one more of that vehicle right there. But for Goa, again, we have mentioned them getting that circle not only in the map of Rondo, but even in the map of Erangel. And that happens still here, as that safe zone would still comprise a bit of that SMB island. That's why they're securing those vehicles, so that in any case that it moves out of SMB, they could easily go through that bridge. But that is going to be a good time for them for a while, as they are already inside of that circle. But for CDS, let's see how else would they actually bounce back, because they're really not performing so well for today.
And CTS currently right now on top 15. And it's kind of like the same scenario from last week, Aya. Like CTS and ATS, they did manage to go through like 15 and 16, and then eventually, right at the end of day number 3 from last week, ATS, unfortunately, they weren't able to qualify in the first Super Weekend. CTS, though, they were able to go through in the first Super Weekend for this group stage. But then, look at this. Rotations now from CTS. They have learned from their mistake from yesterday, because again, this is almost the same circle as what we had yesterday.
That is almost the exact same circle that we had. So we're gonna probably expect same happenings, or sort of similar happenings, just like what we had for yesterday. But so far, we still haven't seen much of the actions. Well, aside from the fact that Minus already got eliminated right here, which went to our CES, but the rest are quite quiet, and we are not seeing them run into each other. But this is going to be one of those moments right here, as we see ATSX versus our KHI, and with Jappy going for that attempt of knockdown, but ATSX actually manages to escape.
And KHI right now, currently on top number 12, they need to protect their position. There's something wrong with KHI, because there are times that they're good and there are times that they're so bad. So they need to be not inconsistent, I would say. And their change of lineup also maybe had changed how their chemistry work right now so far. I'm not saying that this lineup is much better compared to last week, but it is a little bit better, I think. I mean, if you see the performance from Blanks, well, I mean, he's providing presence, that veteran presence from KHI, right?
Yep. I would agree with that one, but let's see if they're really gonna be consistent with the plays that they are having right here. But speaking of, they're still continuing with that battle earlier on together with ATSX, with ATSX one boy having only a little bit of his HP left on his health bar, but they again managed to bail out from that situation. So with that, KHI now also moves around and tries to secure that spot inside of that safe zone. Let's see if they're gonna have another round in battle with ATSX.
KHI. Oh, look at that. Again, winning a future. One player gets a headshot. That's YOLO's. And looks like winning a future, their good games from yesterday, they cannot follow through. Here for today, here in day number 3. And by the way, today is a Friday, so happy Friday to everyone. So happy weekend to those who are working. It's gonna be a long weekend for you guys, but now Lucky again for winning a future. There's no more recalls here. This is so bad for them. There's only one player left, which is Mewtwo, and I'm not sure if he can actually revive Lucky.
Well, I don't think so as well, as SBD now is on the move to push forward our WIOF, and that is going to be disheartening for them, as YOLO will also be eliminated coming in from that vehicle. SBD Malo pushes that frag grenade in, and the final player, which will actually be Mewtwo, tries to run away and run for his life, but the bullets will still connect coming in from SBD. So with WIF Mewtwo trying to hide from those houses right here, SBD Wrong would still go for that chase down with that hunt down. Oh no, SBD Wrong has that wall right in front, so that is not going to be a quick moment, but here a quick action coming in from that nade. Nang X connect onto KHI, and even for KHI Blanks courtesy of Nang X.
The Nang X, the Terminator of Cambodia. Let's see if he can actually follow up now. Migs throws out a nade. Oh, almost actually getting a knockdown. There you go. Nang X gets Migs down as KHI, again, this is what I'm talking about, Aya. KHI, there are some good plays, there are some bad plays, and Mewtwo will be surrounded. And they actually chased him down over here right on the northern side of Remorks. And like what I mentioned for KHI, bad games, good games, they need to be consistent, kind of like what GOA has been doing so far.
Exactly, but let's now see and witness where would that circle shift to and who would get that blessing. Oh, again towards Goa. What did Goa eat for today and for the past days? You know,
I think they took the magnet of YG, because YG yesterday they were like the magnets of the circle, right?
Yeah, but I think we've also seen Goa take that circle yesterday for SMB. So I think they shared that magnet yesterday, but now it seems like it's mostly going towards our Guardians of Angel. So for Goa, nice one for them. Again, they don't need to move that much. They just need to secure their grounds and hold their positionings for a while. But for everyone else, movements are needed and required from their end in order for them to be safe later on.
And Team Max with a late rotation. They're now in the blue zone. But again, with that circle shift, whatever I just mentioned earlier, where TTQ would gatekeep GOA, it is not going to happen. And, oh, what? What happened to the Cooper B? Oh my goodness.
Stuck.
Yeah, it got stuck up on the haystack. It's like those moments, it's like a 1 out of 10 moment where it rarely happens, you know.
It rarely happens indeed. So that is really unfortunate for them. But wait, we have ATSX versus our MSI. That will be Ryman going out of the game. But oh, wait up, there's another push coming in from MSI Rage right here with Peanut going for that nade. He threw that outside. That was, I can't say that was a good nade because that did not damage anyone, but that was a good bounce coming in from that frag grenade. And another joiner would be our Team BG.
And ATSX, Peanut will be all alone now in this warehouse. He takes out his SIT-97. Oh, look at that jumping shot. As he drops range, the IGL of MSI is out. And now here comes the rest of the players of ATSX. There is actually a battle happening at the lighthouse here, right at the left side bridge. And looks like that CTS versus Ostja. WOM is already out. Infamous Claude goes down as well. And looks like MSI. They're out again. What's happening to MSI?
I am not quite sure what is happening for the side of MSI. It's really unfortunate that they, again, lost the game quite early right here. So let's see if they will be able to bounce back for the next matches. But for now, we still have a standoff right here. Oh, going back again to EG and ATSX. But we have seen, I believe that was Infazavira. Was that Infazavira and one more team onto that bridge? We were not able to see. Yes, that was Infazavira and Team Max still enduring the pain of the blue zone. But with the movement of the circle, who would again get that favor? Goa once more takes that safe zone all for themselves and even sharing it to NX. So that is a huge thing for Goa because they can all just gatekeep those players from outside.
GOA looks like they have the circle so far. Oh, there we go. That's it for Coca-Cola. That's a place where you do not hide, Coca-Cola, because automatically they would try to, look at that truck. And right now for Ostja, they will go for the recovery. Good smokes for Ostja. And they will be able to recover their vehicles as well. As for the right side bridge, Infamous is being gatekept by Team Max right now. And for Lion, he will have to back out here for a little bit. I believe that his Murado is already blown out. So there's not much of any vehicles left for Infamous Xaviera. And right now for SBD Vicious, Starboy goes down. That's courtesy of Nexus Vanguard. And I believe so. Nexus Vanguard is already inside the circle as well, right on the western side. And they're just basically gatekeeping everyone from coming in.
Yep, definitely. And with that nade coming from Lion, that lands perfectly onto Max Trezzi. They were the teams battling on the other bridge, just right above Novoripnoye earlier on. But with time to quick, right in front of Vision, known that would actually be ATS Peanut who confirms that elimination. But for Zuki, he's heavily damaged at the same time. Surviving, enduring that pain of the blue zone, manages to heal up. That was his final frag, or rather not frag grenade, final first aid kit right here. But for the frag grenade coming in from Infazavir, that still lands onto our K1J with one more attempt. Coming from Lion onto Sora K. That would just be some shooting stars, and that would not be received by Sora K right there. But with one more shot coming in from that S12K, Sora K goes down.
And Lion able to sustain, even though with the blue zone as well. He's gonna now heal up with a first aid. Now Kane not able to knock down NGGZ Minor. And 1 second though. Will be taken down. A frag grenade coming in. Minor just dodged that frag. And now with 5 more frag grenades left, Minor is in big trouble as TTQ now is going to be pushing towards CTS. Oh, that's it. The beautiful frag grenade throw by Gus as they eliminate CTS.
We have a lot of battles going on right here. BG Godspeed will be spotted again. And with that elimination onto time to quick, they lost one more of their players with several teams battling outside. That would really hurt their lives and their utilities as they would have to heal up and heal again. Oh, wait up! ADSX just passed by that bridge and they eventually were annihilated in just a few seconds, courtesy of VG and even Ostja. While Master Ichi tries to go for the heal up, he will not be able to revive Godspeed right there, and he would be forced to move down and out as NGGZ takes this bridge at the same time, but no one else would be waiting for them at the end of that bridge.
This is a different NGZ that we are watching right now. Yesterday, they were like kind of reckless, in my opinion, but this time around, they're kind of systematic here with the gameplay that they're showing. So good reset for NGGZ. But look at Lilyatka, who's actually needing more meds as he's down to only one first aid with 15 bandages. Looks like he's gonna loot up some more. And looks like TTQ now will be able to go through the bridge, but Gus is still left standing here. And he's putting in the pressure onto Master Itchy, and Master Itchy is down to low HP. He might probably go down now in the blue, and that is it for him.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that. Those sprays from behind. Looks like PG, Lilyatka, was able to spray him down.
Exactly, and with the only bunny right here, he needs to run his way through that zone. But for Goa, was that Goa? I think they eliminate the rest of our ATS together with a bit of the pain from the blue zone. So for Goa, they already have 4 eliminations. They have that circle advantage. They still have their full squad in check. So this is quite looking good for the side of Goa again.
And Lilyatka doesn't have any heals anymore. Does have 9 bandages, but not first aids, and that's what he needs right now. And looks like he's maybe trying to go to whatever Master It has, but he's probably told that I don't have any heals anymore. So he now goes for another loot crate here. TTQ, by the way, will be eliminated. NGGZ, it's gonna be Michi rather, not Master Itchy. It's Michi who will now be eliminated on the kill feed. And Yatka,
Will he survive? Will he?
He will survive for now. Oh no, the blue zone is just way too much. That damage per second, it's not going to be enough for just bandages.
Yup. That was really, really hurtful for our BG right there. But as we are on a ceasefire, I'd just like to give a big shout out to Chucho in the comment section.
Hi, Chucho.
I'm a fan. I love you so much. And shout outs to you right there. But now going back to the battle, we still have 7 teams up and alive with 18 players remaining right here. With Goa still taking that middle portion. Team Max also getting a spot in that SMB island. Meanwhile, for NGGZ, they also have a part of that safe zone. So this could still be anybody's game at this point. It will probably be a different story once we reach stage number 6 or stage number 7. But for now, Goa, in my opinion, still has a great advantage.
This is their hometown circle, basically. Like, if it went to Sovsnovka Island, they don't really have to rotate that much, just a little bit, but that's it from Minor. As Team Max, ITER X, will be able to spray him down. But again, like what you were saying, GOA is always in the circle. They got like 3 circles already for today, Aya. Like the first 2 rondos, and then here now in the first Erangel map for today. So looks like they're on the lucky side of things here when it comes to the PUBG Mobile gods.
Definitely, they're really quite lucky at this point. But for SBD Milo, he also needs that luck as he's still situated outside of that zone. And he doesn't have a vehicle right here, but he has an opponent right above. So that adds so much pressure onto our SBD. Stage number 5 coming right up in a bit. NX Superboy spots one of those points. I believe that was the SBD player that I was talking about earlier on. Invisivier Lion, though, spots one more above that hill. That will be Milo trying to go for that heal up, but eventually he got taken down by that blue zone.
Yeah, the blue zone is just, again, way too much now, especially for stage number 5. You would have to have at least a full boost and a little bit more bandage and first aid in order for you to survive that blue zone. And right now, good thing for Wrong, he was able to cross that road, just hide inside that security tower. And for now, he'll be alive here for SBD Vicious. By the way, this is just an ugly circle, in my opinion, Aya, because you can see now stage number 5, and we're left with only 6 teams. Just an ugly circle.
Ugly circle so far. Look at Timo right here. He's just crawling from side to side. He doesn't have any other choice but to do so. But for Max Rex, he holds that nade onto K1J Kane, but that is just a few meters short from K1J Kane, so he survives for a while. And now we have seen the consistency coming in from Goa, from the rest of the team of Goa. From yesterday, they also did good, but now they're really doing a lot better, especially for the first two maps, and now even here in game number 3. So adjustments were done by our Goa, but adjustments will still be needed for out of SBD as wrong will be seen.
Kane right now is on a really bad spot. Oh, the Coop RB even moved. And now Kane gets into the Coop RB, but there's another wave of frag grenade from Iterex. He actually overthrows it.
Ooh.
So he will be safe for now. But here comes the third wave of frag grenade, but they actually threw it much shorter compared to the previous ones. Oh, it actually went out. Timo was actually targeting him already. That's it for K1J.
I was surprised during that moment. You know, I was really focused, and eventually we got that elimination right away. So GG's to our team SBD. Before SBD wrong, he was spotted too. And with now another shift coming in from that circle. Oh, again, going to Goa. What is the magic of Goa for today? I would just like to give them that props of being inside of a circle, be consistently throughout the first 3 matches that we are having. So let's see if they would eventually carry that through up until our match number 7. But now we're still looking at several teams right here. We still have 5, and NX is still a full squad. Invasivera still has 2 together with SBD, Team Max with 3. So still, if ever the Goang Ngapikyao will be spotted by Max Irex, that could be a different story right there. But he is the one right now initiating that battle on you.
It is basically the power of Clay, the IGL, the one commanding GOA right now to victory. As now circles around, trying to scout if they can actually get into that location, but looks like it's all defended well by GOA. But while that was happening, SBD Vicious, wrong, currently down and out. And looks like he will be confirmed by Ice of Infamous Xaviera. And for Timo, you will left alone, and he doesn't have any vehicles as well. Again, this is what's bad if the circle would go down to the island of Sosnovka, because teams will be forced to, swim around the bottom side of the island, and there's not much of any vehicles left once you, step foot at the island.
Yep. But we have our eyes on our Goa coming in. Our Infas of Viera Max now exchanging with those nades onto the team right above them, but with no connection from both of those nades right there. Now Team Max pushes a bit forward as they will be quite left by that safe zone. But for Goa, they are again still having that high ground. They still have that circle advantage. I don't know what else to say for Goa, aside from they're really doing well, but they just need to manage their situation quite better, as SBD Vicious will be eliminated. We are now left with 4 remaining teams inside of the match.
And Cute Low Key now goes for the boost as we're down to the last 4. Again, this is so early to see 4 teams remaining with stage number 6, and it's not even closed yet. With still 43 seconds left to go here before the closing. And Team Max is just circling around now. Clay Jr. actually went for a flank here. Oh, and actually that's very good gameplay being shown. So they were able to knock one player off Team Max. Fortunately, Ngapikyao is now down for GOA, but more than likely he will get the recovery here from his teammates. But again, the focus first will be for Team Max. Clay Jr. actually goes down. Lion spots him, and you will go down. Team Max altogether will be eliminated. And now, the next objective now for GA is to go for the revives, and they will be able to do so, except for Clay Jr., who will be confirmed by Infamous Xaviera.
Nice one for Go. At least they were able to secure those eliminations, and even securing still 3 players inside of the match. For Nexus Vanguards, now they are the sole team having a full squad right here. So that means they could have a better chance of getting that chicken dinner later on. We will see that. But with Goa still holding that high ground, they still have a bit of that advantage when it comes to those several factors that we are considering inside of the game. But for Inva, they also have a compound, so that could also mean something here. Stage number 7 is right around the corner with some more seconds. Goa LKS spots our NXV. And everyone is just quiet at this point. They all really want to get that winner chicken dinner.
Most especially for GOA, because if they get one more here, that's going to be their second winner chicken dinner. They already got 7 eliminations here, by the way. So GOA will probably go for that #1 spot right after this game, because they're very near the scoreline of MSI and Yangon Galacticos. For now, the circle is still with Nexus Vanguard. Like, they have 4-man strong. They're probably the ones nearby the middle as well, and they have a small shack right in front of them also. There's just so much an open area right at the middle portion of this circle.
And with that happening right here, they're securing the perimeters of the safe zone. They're just taking the outskirts because there are not much spaces for them to take, not much covers for them to hide themselves behind. So with Ngapikiao together with LKS just staying on this ridge, they still have a bit of that high ground advantage, but not as high as where they were from, where Goa Rex is still at right now. NXU Loki though, securing this rock so that he can have a bit of that cover later on, and the next safe zone would be much open, so that would really challenge these 3 teams who are still alive in our game.
Nexus Vanguard will have to move. Probably they need to split up, maybe have a 2-2 split. They can try to take those small houses, and look at that, the circle actually just went to them, so they don't need any more to move.
Oh yeah,
probably just a little bit, because they're right at the edge right now, outside of the zone. So this GOA will have to think of how they can win this one. Probably go first for Infamous, and then right after eliminating Infamous, they can go for Nexus Vanguard. That's going to be a plan for GOA.
Yep, that could be a plan, but I think our Nexus Vanguards are also planning that same thing. But with GoRex now focused onto our Infa Zaviera, if ever that NX also focuses on them, that would be Infa Zaviera being sandwiched in between those 2 teams, just like what you mentioned. Yes, indeed. Goa now goes to the location of our Infa Zaviera, and as they prepare those frag grenades for their grand entrance, will that be received? Just a little bit for Ngapikia, but will not be confirmed. What with that third party coming in from NX Superboy, that would actually damage Infa Zaviera Lion right there. But do they have enough frag grenades? Yes, they do, but they're quite reserving that one. Goa Rex though holds that same thing onto our Infa Zaviera, but that would not be received by any of the players of our Zaviera right here. Lion goes for another one, but still would not connect. Now NXT Loki would be spotted by Goa Rex from the sides.
GOA needs to get in the house where Infamous is currently at right now. They cannot afford, but there you go with the frag grenade. The Lion takes down Pacquiao, and now for Alex, he gets the damage also, and then Lion goes for the kill. Now Lion just sees Alex at the corner. Oh, but then the third party coming in from Nexus Vanguard. 1 player left for both GOA and Infamous Zaviera, but looks like Nexus Vanguard, or GOA rather, is now going for the recovery. But here comes the third party now. Nexus Vanguard wants this win.
They definitely want this win here in this map, as they're clearing out everyone else. Infa Zaviera would lose 1 of their players. Goa LKS would be taken as well. Now Superboy goes forward in front of Isaiah, but he will be spotted from the side and will be confirmed right at the same time, with our team Goa being eliminated with 8 eliminations right here. NX Doji with that standoff. 1v1 situation right here. Isaiah versus Doji. Who will win this engagement? We are not yet sure about that yet, as they're both heavily damaged with that help coming in from the outside. What a nice action coming from Icy. He managed to knock down and take down Doji in the process, but with the blue zone already chasing after them, already chasing after him. Infa Zaviera Icy damage by that Molly, and that ends their life in our match number 3, and that chicken dinner goes to Nexus Vanguards.
But still, Icy able to get that 1 elims right at the end, so that's 1 point added to infamous Javiera. But again, Nexus Vanguard at the end of this match, 16 got lucky with that circle shift, and they got this win here for match 16. Winner chicken dinner. That's one for the books here for the first Erangel map. We still have 2 left for today.
Yep, and with that first Erangel map being taken by Nexus Vanguards, it feels like they're really doing well for today. I mean, that was a bounce back coming in from the first 2 quiet games that they've played for the 2 Rondo maps. But for Goa, consistency is still very evident. So I would like to give them that. Props to our Guardians of Angels for still being in the top 4 of our match number 16.
But again, for Ice, he just basically needed like much more space, and maybe he can try to clutch it out against Nexus Vanguard. But he was actually pinned down against the wall, against the corners of that house, and also against the blue zone. So he doesn't have any much space to move. But again, kudos to Ice for still, able to get that 1 elim right at the end. But here is now the stats for Nexus Vanguard for match number 16. It's just once for all players: Cute Loki, KZ, Joji, and Superboy. There might be probably a team who would be more than the output of Nexus Vanguard here, Aya, because it's just 14 points.
Yep.
That will be for Nexus Vanguard, and you do remember that GOA got like maybe 8 or maybe 9 eliminations in match number 16.
This is relatively a low output for the eliminations for side of NX or any of our chicken dinner tickets, because you usually see a lot more than 4. But that is still their winner chicken dinner. Let's first watch the highlights for match number 16.
And that was the match number 16 as Nexus Vanguard steals away the win from GOA and Javiera. And you can see now what I'm talking about here, Aya. Even though they got 4 elims with that placement, they basically took that spot here in this matching. 8 elims for Javiera with Jay. So good output here for both odds. Then again, the story so far here, match number 16 is Misfit International getting killed in the early stages of this matchup. It is different. If you were yesterday, MSI was very aggressive. This time around, their aggressiveness, they meet another team that is so much aggressive compared to when they basically got eliminated early.
And it is really not the MSI that we hear so what happening several times already. See how else would they be able to go for a comeback. And same goes for HI and the IOF, who did not get any points for that match. Really need to do a lot better for our 4 remaining games for those teams who are not yet part of our top 16.
Yeah, especially for those who are not yet part of top 16. I would say ATS is one of those teams, Aya, but right now here is the updated rankings. Oh, look at this one. GOA takes the number one
Oh.
spot over Yangon Galacticos. Again, the defending champs. They're actually with 12 matches right here, right now. So when it comes to matches, GOA and the rest are leading. So with the next match, maybe GOA would also rest, and then YG would also play that game. So maybe YG can take that top number one spot again later on. But again, like what you said, ATS still at the bottom end at top number 17. Same goes to NGGZ. So they're still on that bottom end, and there's a lot of teams that really had improved, and that's why they're there.
Yep. So if they're really not going to be able to be at par with the performance of those other teams, that would really be something that they need to endure towards the rest of the day. So again, we are needing to push those bottom 4 teams in order for them to do a lot better, to battle it out more with those teams just right inside of our top 16. Before our top 4 teams during match number 16, we still have our NX, of course, getting that win over the Chicken Dinner. Next to them would be Infamous Zaviera having 8 eliminations, together with Goa with also 8, and Team Max with 5. So with Goa being very, very consistent, they now have overtaken our YG. Even though their matches are not the same, I do believe that Goa still had shown a very exemplary performance.
And the MVP is going to be KZ for Nexus Vanguard. 1 elim only, no damage taken. So they basically avoided all of the engagement, just ended up right at the end of the match to, get that win over those 2 teams. But again, match 16 is over. We still have, I believe so, 4 matches left to go for today. 2 Erangels, 2 Miramar maps left. We are back here on your screens. This is Kuku TV, together with Miss Aya Plays. We'll be back for more action here as PMCL. We'll be right back. We're going to be on a break.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
PUBG Mobile.
Let's get it. Credit chicken baby, my best mate. Those kickers up as up, teacher ground. Pretty soul, but my blood runs high. But don't play me like a predator outside. My love will go to sex no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, my ear phone's singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel away. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We must one. Let's go. Credit chicken, baby, my best mate. Credit chicken, baby, my best mate. Credit chicken, baby, my best mate. Credit chicken, baby, my best mate.
Cooking like a winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Credit chicken, be my best mate. Credit chicken, be my bestie.
Crazy chicken day, be my best mate.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
And you are still watching the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025, day number 3 for league stage, group stage, right here for week number 2. And again, we have just finished 3 matches. For today, we are still having 4 in your casters. For today's broadcast would be I Have Place Together with Bubu TV.
And we are back at it again here. And again, GOA is having a really good time right now. I had 3 circles so far has went to them in Rondo, 2 maps, and then 1 in Erangel. But before we even talk about that, guys, again, in a world where speed, power, and style define the winners, one smartphone stands above the rest. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. As the official gaming phone for PUBG Mobile's Challengers League. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. Its 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, and a 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone. This is the future in your hands. This is the POVA 7 series.
Definitely a future in your hands, as it also looks very futuristic right here, as you are seeing the mobile phones in the middle of our screen right now. I hope that it entices you to buy one device for yourself, for you to play PUBG Mobile, so that you can experience, of course, better gameplay inside of the game. And speaking of, I hope that you guys update already to the version 4.0, as you can experience super smooth graphics here and you can play without overheating.
Oh yeah, super smooth graphics, guys. It is available now. Make sure to update your apps if you haven't done so that you can enjoy the smoothest battlegrounds. Also, in the 4.0 version of PUBG Mobile, the spooky Soirée is on your way. Get ready for the new gameplay and epic IP collaborations unlocking now. Big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun.
Ooh, spooky fun. I enjoy those stuff inside of the game. But I'm sure this one you would also enjoy. My game, My Rule, My Survival launch date was last week for PC on September 10. On console was yesterday, September 18. And today for PUBG Mobile. Don't miss out on the PUBG Mobile X G Dragon update, because you would definitely enjoy this update.
Yeah, they're out already for all platforms. Also, the Lotus experience. It has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game motor cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus cars, Emira and EMEA. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await. Available for a limited time.
And of course, if you guys have these vehicles already inside of the game, you would definitely enjoy cruising through our maps. Rondo, our maps, Erangel, and even in the map of Miramar. So now we have finished already 2 maps in Rondo, 1 game in Erangel, and we are going to have 2 more in the map of Erangel and final 2 later on for the map of Miramar. So we have a few more matches, yes, but these teams are really quite pressured probably at this point, especially those who are not yet part of the top 16, as we are going to get those top 16 performers through our Super Weekend for week number 2.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be pressured, but let's talk about the groupings. We'll be playing for match number 17, where, again, this is going to be Erangel. Group C won't be playing for this matchup. So this means that CTS, MSI, TTQ, and K1J won't be playing again for this matchup. And this is just a bad day for MSI, in my opinion. They need to regroup starting now, since they're not playing, and then coming in match number 18 onwards, maybe they can bounce back.
They indeed need to bounce back here in this match, and then, or rather in the following matches that they are going to be participating in. So it's just match number 17 out of 20, but this will be the second to the last Erangel map that we are going to play. And we all know that most of the teams are quite comfortable in playing in the map of Erangel, so they really need not to put this to waste, but rather maximize the points that they can be able to get here in this game. And without further ado, we are going to start again another map in Erangel for match number 17 for PMCL Southeast Asia Fall.
Match 17 on your way as we now fly to the beautiful map of Erangel. And from the eastern side is where it will start. From Lipovka, right straight downwards to the areas of Primorsk. So this is kind of tricky, most especially for those teams. If you remember, Aya, there's like 3 teams dropping to Georgiapol area. There's also teams dropping to Hospital. So this is just a long way drop for them. Not so sure where they will actually get those vehicles. Probably right around the bottom side of the mountain of Gatka. And you see now teams dropped out. Team Max going to Lee Povka, IQ going to Milta Power, and Impa Saviera going for jungle and also Milta area. So they will be able to go to their usual points. But again, for YG, most specifically because they go to Georgia Pole, right now they just dropped out from the plane and looks like they're going to get those vehicles right around the bottom side of Gatka.
Most likely they would do that at the same time. But let's see, where would the circle go this time around for our match number 70? Ooh, that will just go around the middle portion onto the latter part of our plane path. So not much of a struggle for teams such as Young Galactica specifically for ATS. But we have several teams who are going to be left outside. Team Max, NGGZ dropping in Yasnaya. We have ATSX together with Infizaviera, IQ, and even Novo Ripnoye was taken rather by the usual Nexus Vanguards. But for Goa, they could still easily traverse through the map, so through the circle. So not much of a struggle, I believe, for Goa, who is actually very consistent at this point, taking that number 1 spot with 127 points.
They actually went over the bottom side of Gatka, went straight to the monster trucks. Kind of interesting here as GG Kaya is now going for those single shots of the M16 towards Yangon Galacticos, and looks like they will survive for now. No more bullets left for Kaya, so he tries to loot up the remains of that compound. Ooh, but look at this. HYRA, Hybrid XRA. Lucky now with a micro Uzi. Does have the advantage here because he has the SMG. But Region actually got a shotgun here. He's actually he's actually right outside. I thought he was actually at the corner, but here comes the cavalry of Hybrid XRA Esports. And Lucky, lucky shot, but unlucky because he's surrounded by the players of the Hybrids. And this might be the time for the Hybrids, Aya, to take fourth. Because again, look at their rankings, top 18. This is not the Hybrid that we saw from last week.
Definitely. But again, that was still a nice shot coming in from WIOF minus. Rather lucky. That was just unfortunate for him that he was also taken down after that nice kill. But again, as you've said, Team Hyra has not performed that well as compared to their week number 1 performance. So for week number 2, they're still a bit struggling, especially here during the final day wherein they just have a few more matches to secure their spot onto our top 16. So we're looking forward to that together with ATS, who also did not qualify for week number 1, together with ATSX. So those two teams really, our focus should be on those ATSs, ATS Pro and ATSX. So let's see how they would actually try to dominate. I think that is the best thing that they could do right now, right, Kuku? To be a bit more aggressive, to get those points. But it's really going to be a struggle because they also need to survive.
Oh, yeah. For ATS, they need to avoid like early engagement, in my opinion. Maybe try to focus on the circle first. Like, take it one step at a time for ATS Pro. But for Team Max, you, though, will be down by ATXX. And that is Zio, who also knocks one more. Fornai goes down for Team Max. What is happening now to Team Max? All of a sudden, they're being dominated by ATSX. Monboy overthrows that nade. Trezzy actually overthrows the nade as well. But now ITRX goes for the support from a different angle as he eliminates, or not yet eliminate, Extreme. Trezzy almost got eliminated there by the frag grenade, but here comes Monboy. This is the Monboy from Brunei, and look at that. He even fired at the loot crate. And that is it for Team Max.
I think they probably heard what I said earlier on, that they need to be a bit more aggressive. That is exactly what ATSX did in that moment. They took all of those 4 eliminations in. So now there are a few more points nearer and nearer to get to that top 16. But we have here one more battle going on. Again, Team Hyra versus WIOF, which is actually minus, having a bit of his life taken earlier on, and he's actually the only player right here. So, I think WIOF is quite struggling at this point, and it would not help that they are on a spread.
And Team Hybrid X RA Esports, they were formerly known as Hybrid ESP Vampire. So we have the option here of the Vampire. we know there's Vampire Esports guys from Thailand, but here in the Philippines we have the Hybrid Vampires, which is Team Hybrid X RA Esports. They're having a collaboration right now with Rising Aces Esports, which is that's why it's RA. Anyways, that's the history of their names. They're currently down at the 19th spot, but they need to do more. Most especially that we are left with only 4 matches, Aya, which is this match included. And if they cannot qualify in the Super Weekend this week, then they might need to think about if they can qualify in the Grand Finals.
Definitely, but we will see that later on. As Infiziviera now takes Pachinki, because as we've mentioned, MSI would not be here in this game, so they really just took that all for themselves, which is, I believe, a good tactic right there. But wait, tactic battle is what we have here. WIF minus versus Hyryujin with that frag grenade, but from afar, that would be a nice damage of bullets coming in from Hyra Min, and that would be a takedown coming in from that nade, courtesy of Hyryujin. The final player of our WIF will be quite a bit far from this location, so they would not actually knock down any players of Hyra.
And again, the inexperience of Hybrid XRA, probably the reason why they're currently on top number 19. Again, this is their first time playing in the pro leagues. I did saw them play in local, community tournaments here in the Philippines. They were, getting all of those top kills, top eliminations, MVPs. But here in PMCL, it's a different ball game, Aya. It's basically the top tier teams from Myanmar, top tier teams from Cambodia, together with the Philippines, and also now with Brunei coming. They need to make those adjustments every single day. They cannot just make like one big adjustment for the rest of the week, because every single day these teams are adjusting so that they can actually be better.
Yep, but wait, that is going to be a better movement coming in from the circle, leaving several teams behind. But with another round of that Hyra WIF battle, now that is actually a revenge coming in from that nade of Mewtwo, knocking down one player from our team Hyra, and then coming around from the map right here. Mewtwo holds another frag grenade so that he could confirm that elimination, or would he be able to knock down even one more? But that would not land onto anybody else, and they would be quite safe still for the side of Hyra.
And Ryujin, unfortunately, will die in the process. That is their captain, their IGL. Capo, though, will trade off with that frag grenade, and looks like they are able to eliminate winning a future. Nice play here for Hybrid X RA Esports. Maybe this time is their match. They now have 4 early in the game, but again, they did lose 2 players here in this match, Aya. So that's one thing to think about for later on.
Exactly. But now we're seeing a lot of movement right here on the map. SBD pushing forward to the several teams, and they would actually go to Viera right here around the area of Pachinki, also being joined by Osja and even BG, but also spots SBD Star Boy, and that will be an instant elimination for side of Osja.
The Nong X now sprays down onto Wrong, and Wrong, his vehicle exploded. He needs to hide inside that house. And again, this is a battle in Pachinki where you would normally see MSI, but again, MSI is not playing in this matchup. They would probably love this type of circle, Aya, right now, as SBD, Infamous Xavier as well. It looks like Burmese Ghost is actually coming in from the far side, right on top of Osja top. And right down below, actually, also there's another squad right on the hillside, on the south side of Pachinki. So there's a lot of teams trying to rent a space here in Pachinki.
They definitely would because, they're going to share those houses and they're going to contribute and actually have those battles within that area alone and even with the joiners later on coming in from outside. And one of those outside teams would be GG right here, just around their ruins, and they're actually gatekeeping or probably looking at NGGZ at that moment. Meanwhile, for KHI Clay, he just parked his buggy right here under this metal thing right there, and there's a full squad. With KHI being in the 14th spot, do you think they will be able to hold on to that number 14 by the end of the day?
Well, I do know that KHI is a late game team. We're in at the last few games left. That's the time that they try to play better. But let's see. I mean, it's not rare to see that, but it's always that way for KHI. Even in the PMNC here in the Philippines, if you remember, they were like top 10, top 11, and then they did well on the last day. That's why they qualified here in PMCL.
Yep, but now again, we have seen their performance throughout this day. They're really quite a different breed. For day number 3, but oh no, we have just mentioned KHI going for those late battles. But at this point, they have been battling out with IQ Rambo, just welcoming those flaming in from that Molotov right there. But that would not take him out. The drive-by coming in from KHI right here. And with that happening, KHI Blackpool be spotted by IQXZYY. And with that nade wing from Jappy, he managed to almost knock down XZY, but wasn't successful into taking him down completely.
And the claw right now. Ooh, oh, actually, nice throw that aim by Migs. And Migs also able to drop Rambo. Migs right now, even all alone, is able to deal a ton of damage here with the players of IQ, and now makes it a 1v1. He's able to heal up as well. And Master Hong hides behind a small shack. Another throw of the nade, but Migs explodes inside the house.
Ooh.
Oh my G.
Indeed, that was a very, very, nice battle right there. But here, one more actually happened right in front of our eyes. NX versus our YG. And one more, ATS versus our GG. No escape, knocks down, confirms ATS wham right there. Kaya, though, was also taken down, but is still going to be revived and healed up before ATS X Monboy. He will be seen by Infa XV Xaviera. Forsaken, that will be a confirmation too. So there are a lot of battles. Again, YG Say Cloud will be confirmed by NX Doji with only one player left for Yang Galacticus. That was a very quick fight.
Yeah, that was a very quick fight. And again, a very unusual gameplay being shown by YG right now. This is not the defending champs that we usually see. And right now it's just Romeo who will be left for the squad. He does have the level 3 gear here with the armor and the vest, so he can definitely defend himself as well with all the guns that he has. But again, Circle is still within the reach of Pachinki. So there's a lot of teams just trying to get those houses in Pachinki. And with that shift, there'll be more players, more teams who will try to occupy Pachinki now. And more than likely, Burmese Goals will do that.
And with Burmese Goals joining that Pachinki battle later on, they would eventually have to take 1 or 2 houses in that area, especially if they are going to be joined by more. As we still have 13 overall and 2 players remaining in this game. As Go takes the western side of the circle, I think that is also a good spot for them to take, not unless that safe zone moves away from them, which not happens that often because we always say that Go has a bit of that magnet when it comes to that safe zone. But for NGGZ, the least performing team for today, rather for the rest of the past 3 days, oh no, as I've mentioned, they were the least performing. They even have Michi being taken down right there. So they really need to wake up. They really need to bounce back if they would not want to be pinned down on the 20th spot.
Oh, but looks like Burmese Goals did not go for Pachinki. They went over to this compound right below Ruins, and now they're going to have to battle against NGGZ. And now with NGGZ, Miner tries to crash at the compound. Master Itchy sprays him down. He takes him down as well. And for the rest, NGGZ MM gets sprayed down. Headshot onto MM on the kill feed as well. ATS now will be eliminated. And that's all because
Ooh. Austria is on fire right now, having the full squad elimination before that final action onto our NGGZ. That is really quite sad for them because they need all of those points, but unfortunately they're not having any of the battles right here. But for GG versus our GOA, Ngapekya will be knocked down, and even LKS, no escape too, and even Astro from the side of GG. So we have 2 players knocked down for both of the teams. But where are the final 2 players alive for either of the teams? I think they are not yet pushing through with that engagement right here. But with GG Kaya trying to spray down onto the player of Goa, they are struggling a bit at this point as Ngapekya, with that explosion from the grenade, Master D2K wipes out the but even also his teammate.
So this time around, GOA is not lucky. And now they got bombarded by Good Game Esports. So they need set Aya. They probably need a rest as well because they've been playing ever since match number 14, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, Austria is on top of the circle. They're now gatekeeping BG. And Lil Yatka together with Unknown is now going to set up smoke because top right now is just nearby them, now cooking up that frag grenade. Oh, they actually see Godspeed, so that's it for Godspeed. So they're now left with 2. Or actually 3, rather. And now the frag grenade almost hitting Unknown, but it actually did some splash damage. Also throwing in the molly as well. But it's not connecting. Circle also will now shift. Will it go to Pachinki now? No, it will not go to Pachinki. It now goes to Team Hybrid, so this is good for Team Hybrid.
But not good for those teams who paid rent in the area of Pachinki, who bought their houses right there, because now they have to move out as that circle will not be within that Pachinki area. But good thing for Austria is they're taking a part of that church and they're actually having a good spot from that high ground as they're still battling it out with our team Burmese goals from below their spot. Unknown, Master Itchy, Lil Yatka onto the side, as Lil Yatka can have that good chance later on, but BG Master Itchy starts off that battle with an S12K action, now adding 1 more. Oh no, Austria Sound Support will also be taken down, and even the rest of the players of BG are giving so much of that challenge onto Austria. I thought it was actually going to be the other way around, but Austria is not doing that well in defending their spot, although Ranger was able to knock down 1, he was also knocked down.
And Master Itchy going for that boost, or going for that heal rather. Oh, but then Lil Yatka, Ranzer again, providing that firepower that Austria needed for a very long time now. And Ranzer able to spot Master Itchy, and Master Itchy unfortunately at the wrong place at the wrong time. And they're now out, but they did manage to get 7 eliminations.
That is still something. What is Austria doing? Oh, he was gonna get that vehicle. Is he gonna survive? I think he might be able to make it. We're not quite sure about that one, but for Info XV, I say let's also check if he will be able to make it. Coming in from that nade of our team, Nexus Vanguards, and the final player of Austria, he might have survived the blue zone, but he was not able to survive the bullets of YG Romeo Boy.
And Austria is out as well. Nice battle for Austria at the northern side. They did get 8 eliminations, so that's good for them. I say, though, will be confirmed by Joji for Nexus Vanguard. And looks like Nexus Vanguard now, their luck is on their side. They're right nearby the middle of the circle as well. We are now on stage number 5 also. So we're now closing this game now at the 20-minute mark as well. But let's try to look at Pachinki again. So many teams had put shop here in Pachinki, and now they're kind of like pinned down at each other. Ooh, but look at this. Romeo now tries to get on a move, but look at that spray from Wrong. That's it.
That was a wrong turn for YG Romeo Boy, and that is courtesy of SBD wrong. So GG's for wrong for taking that one kill onto YG Romeo Boy. Before YG, they were just able to get 2 eliminations in this game. So really, not so much yet for side of YG. But for DSX Zio, he throws that smoke, or probably it was not an 8, but we heard a stick bomb actually thrown to the side of ATSX. And with, again, another movement coming in from the circle, where would that circle go? Will it favor our SBD, Infa, and one more team? Oh, that would not actually favor them, but will leave Pachinki even further. That means we have a chance for SBD to gatekeep our Infa Zaviera.
ATSX was just sandwiched altogether by SBD and Infamous. Oh, nade!
Ooh.
By Lion, taking down 2. And now Lion will now set up smokes, a line of smoke for them to be able to get through the players of SBD. Another nade from Forsaken, eliminating 1 of the knockdown players, but then leaves only to 1 player remaining for SBD. And now they will have to try to look for him. And actually, they do know where Wrong is, as they're now throwing those utilities over to that house.
That was, again, a nice nade. I don't think we can recover much from that. But now, let's move on to a different battle. SBD wrong. Oh, just right before he lets go of that nade, he will be spotted by that team outside of the area. So GG's for that attempt, SBD wrong. But now we are going to focus on the final 5 teams inside of the match. And as Infa Zaviera tries to go forward, he would be spotted by NX Joji, and that will be an instant elimination onto Infa Clot.
And right now, Joji, for Nexus Vanguard, they would need to readjust as the circle has shifted away from them. Team Hyra actually has the best position right now in this circle. They do have the higher ground. Ooh, look at that spray from Xi. Joji will be spotted, but oh, it was taken by Min, by the hybrids. But now Lion now has the small shack, just barely able to get in, but he's gonna try to reposition that buggy. But still, for Infamous, the other player, the other half of the players of Infamous is still outside the circle, and I'm not sure if he can actually get in now.
Oh, almost.
Ooh, 1 HP?
Almost. Oh, 1. Yeah, indeed, 1 HP for Infa Lion, but he did not even move an inch, but 1 more attempt. Oh, good thing that landed outside of that shack, or else Lion would not be able to roar inside of the game. As Forsaken is still quite far from this location, he's just setting up those smokes around so that he can easily enter, but no, there is no easy thing right here, as the eyes of Nexus Vanguards are really on to Infa Zaviera Forsaken, and that will be his final breath inside of our 17.
And another one, but again, it's much harder now for them to throw those utilities because actually set up smoke within him. So he's gonna survive for now. But with the additional items that Superboy actually got, now Lion needs more smokes than ever.
Lion indeed needs to get more of those smokes. But wait, 1 more time of frag grenade. Oh, they did not know the Lion went out of that shack and just went beside his buggy instead. So let's see if he would be able to survive that one. But no, because that nade landed perfectly. Just so unfortunate that we weren't able to see that. We waited for that moment, but that was not caught on cam. Now GG goes for a nade onto Hyra Capo, but that also will not be received. With 1 more try, let's see how GG will do right in front of our NX, IQ, and even Hyra.
And Team Hyra, or hybrids is what I call them. The hybrids right now, just right below right now of GG. Capo. Actually, Min is right at the middle, so this is a good split for Hybrid X RA Esports. If ever that they go for the push onto Capo, Min can, go for a flank and maybe try to pin them down altogether. But looks like Min will try to readjust himself. Will most likely try to go back to his teammate to go for much better support. But this will just give up that middle portion of that circle and even the highest ground of them all.
Yep, at this point, we are still seeing a bit of that struggle coming in from Hyra, having only left with 2 players, Min and Capo, and also, well, everyone else are in a 2-player situation. Oh, that is nice. So that is going to be a 2v2 situation right here. So we will wait who's the best duo of them all here in this final moment. But it's just stage number 7. We're hearing not much of those actions. We're not probably going to see that in a bit as they're still for the next circle. So that will just dictate where would the rotation actually be.
It's a waiting game right now for this circle, because whoever gets circle now will most likely get a better channing. And if the circle would go to IQ, then they don't really have to move, but they might eventually be sandwiched by GG and also by NX. So let's see. Oh, look at that shift. And actually, it went to IQ and Nexus Vanguard. So the thing that I just said might probably happen.
We will see. We will see. That is really interesting right here. As Hyra, they are probably hearing those footsteps coming in from GG, but they don't want to go out. But we have here a nade preparation coming from Master D2K. Oh, but they thought there was someone behind that rock. Well, we will probably think of that because that is a good hiding spot at this point. But nope, Hyra Capo is on the lower side. Also, we have your IQXZYY on the side together with Master Hong. They're just proning onto this area. So that is also one of the best things that they can do at that point. Of course, not much to move around. Oh, wait. 1v1 situation right here with that shotgun onto that UMP 45. GG Kaya pushing forward already. But let's see what will Kitpo actually do right in front of this moment. Oh, no. He will be spotted. And next Superboy would want to join that engage. Oh, didn't he?
But right now, Aya, we're back. I actually didn't see what happened there, but Keize gets in. The hovercraft hides from Master Hong, and now he leaves the hovercraft. Nice high IQ place. Nexus Vanguard showing who has a better IQ.
Definitely higher IQ for them right there. But as it boils down to a 2v1v2 situation, XZYY almost will be secured as well, as he is down on his HP as he also crawls and as he sets up that smoke right in front of now NX and DG will have the end. Maybe later IQ could actually join.
Superboy now will be pushed. Oh, he actually knocks one, but the fire. Superboy steps on the fire. And now, it'll be a 1v1 between them and GG. But Keize, unfortunately cannot clutch it. And now it's going to be a 1v1. Unless XZY will not be able to go for that third party. Oh, this is so bad for IQ. I'm not sure if they are like checking the kill feed or what. But now makes E1. Here for GG.
Oh no.
And XZY is just throwing randomly those frag grenades. So this is just so bad for XZY. And at the same time, Aya, I think GG also has a much better positioning inside this final circle as the blue zone closes in.
Yep, and for all of those wasted frag grenades coming from IQXZYY, I don't think he has enough left for later on. But with that 1v2 situation, let's see how can he actually survive engagement right here. Third would be IQXZYY and on to the side. Oh no, that would be the final player of our GGs taking down our IQs. So now, we're checking in, that's a good game, Esports.
Good game, Esports, again, with their numbers advantage over IQ. They are able to get this win here in number 17. And for IQ, again, look at the kill feed. The kill feed, or looking at the kill feed will definitely help you out. If you actually saw that one is already down for the other squad, then all you need to do is just push. And that's basically probably a rookie mistake, Aya, for the side of Infinity IQ. Anyways, GG. Combatants now will get the win here in match 17.
Nice one for our good game esports. That was indeed, again, a good game for them. So let's see if how else would the other teams manage to get their chicken dinners as well, because we only have a few more matches, guys. They all need to wake up at this point. But with the eliminations that they have, we have a total of 10, I believe, from the side of our GG. 4 for Shroud or Master D2K, 2 for Kaya, 3 for No Escape, and 1 for Astro.
A total amount of this is 10 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 10 eliminations here for Good Game Esports, as Master D2K, aka Shroud, will most likely be the MVP for match 17. And again, it's just again a battle of that circle right around stage 7 until stage 9, and it's just a matter of how they will play it. It could have been IQ, in my opinion. It could have been IQ who will take that win in match 17. But anyways, what's done is done. Let's now watch the highlights. And we're done with the highlights, as we saw there how GG manages to get the win over Infinity IQ. And you can see now the score, 20 points is what they got here.
Ooh.
With 14 for Nexus Vanguard IQ getting only 10. And Team Hybrid XRA, I just want to say, Min going back down for his teammate was a bad decision. It could have been like Min staying in the middle portion. I mean, he did have the ridge. He did have the high ground advantage against everyone else. And then the shift of that circle, all he needed to do there was just to go for a support from top if ever GG would push Capo, which actually did happen right at the end.
Yep, I would agree with that one. But now, again, seeing those two teams still struggling in GGZ and ATS, oh no, that's really not looking good for those teams who weren't able to get any points in that match. But for the overall rankings we have here, still number 1 would be our Goa with 129 points, 122 for YG, MSI with 116, BG with 111, we have our NX with 107, tied up actually with Osja, Invisivir now with 103. Almost hitting the 100-point mark would be our GG. I wasn't able to see the other teams, but now for the second page, again, focus is still going to be on Hyra, ATS, ATSX, and NGG. It's really so bad for our PH teams. During week number 2, we are seeing 3 teams below top 16 and even 1 on exactly ranked number 16. That means either of those teams could eventually not able to qualify for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. But the top 4 teams, though, for match number 17 is GG, Nexus Vanguard, IQ, and Hybrid XRA. And again, these teams I mean, this couple of teams here, IQ and Team Hyra or Hybrids, they are rookie teams here in PMCL. We did saw them do those errors, those simple things that could have been what they could have do so that they can win the matches. But again, they will learn from these mistakes or errors. But anyways, the MVP, like what I said earlier, would be Shroud, or also known as Master D2K. I'm not sure how Shroud like changed to the name Master D2K, because it's like, the names are really different from each other, right?
Yeah, like really far. There's no even resemblance, even a bit. So we need to ask Shroud that question soon. So Shroud, what did make you decide on to changing your name to Master D2K? But for now, as we have seen that match taken by GG, the previous Wrangle match was taken by NX. The first two Rondo maps was taken by Goa and Time to Quick respectively. But for now, we're gonna have a very, very short break because we are still having 3 matches for today, 1 in Wrangle and 2 for Miramar.
are back, flying now for match 18. Again, guys, this is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2025. The road to PMGC is now. And you can see now the flight path from Novo up straight to the eastern side of Severny. And again, there will be a squad, or there will be a group that we will not be playing for this game. It'll be Group A.
Ooh.
So this is KHI, BG, ATSX, and NGGZ. So this means that Group C will be back. You will now see TTQ, MSI, CTS, and K1J back in the game.
And I would just like to say that this plane path is quite different than what we had for today, coming in from Novoripnoy onto the area of Severny. So those teams who are going to be dropping onto their Quarry, Primorsk, Jorgopol for YG is not so accessible, but yeah, I think they could still get their vehicles before going to their respective dropping points. But right now, let's see what will happen and where would that first circle go right here. Nice. That would just be quite aligned to that plane path and would not give so much of that struggle to the majority of our teams.
So there's a different circle compared to probably the rest of the circles that we had for the past Erangels that we had for the first couple of days. And even in the first two Erangels that we had today. So this is going to be interesting. As right now, there's a hot drop here in Yasnaya. ATS and CTS. Two PH squads fighting for position. And probably the reason why they went to Yasnaya is because not so good games or NGGZ is not here. So they probably analyzed that. Yasnaya is open. So again, that's a very open area to drop on. But again, if you're going to have other teams dropping at the same time there, so it's not going to be a happy place to stay. You won't be able to loot all of the items that you need.
You will not be able to maximize your stay. You'll not be able to squeeze all the loots in all of those houses. But let's see later on what will happen actually there, as YG is now on that glider. Oh, they even hit the tree right here. Oh no, good thing that it's still early in the game. There are still no opponents around. That was Romeo and Say Cloud knocking onto that tree. And RIP to that glider right there. But first, good thing we have Myrna here saving a Romeo boy, but they only have seats for 2. Good thing they, I think, have a buggy around the area. Let's check that later on. But for Master Smile, oh, they even have one more vehicle. That would be a Dasha onto Say Cloud and Master Smile. With that vehicle all for himself, I could probably join Master Smile. He doesn't have anyone else.
Say Cloud now moves, so he probably was just probably changing settings. Because usually, sensitivity would adjust from time to time for the players. But MSI is back again. MSI.
Yes.
Bad game so far here for them for the past maybe 3 matches that they had, because you can also include the Miramar match from yesterday. So that's 1 from yesterday and then 2 here for day number 3, and then now on their 4th match, which is now in Erangel. Let's see if they can bounce back. Maybe they will have a game plan now. Probably not too aggressive for Misfit International. They probably want to start, try to go for objective first so that they can, maybe add those eliminations later on.
Yep, they could easily do that. But with the gap that we have between Goa, YG, and MSI, that is just 6-7 points between those teams. So I just think that Goa is still not gonna be sitting pretty on that number 1 spot. YG or even MSI could easily get that spot away from them. And even NX or Astro, who knows if they are gonna have a good game right here in this map. But oh no, we have our NX versus SBD. SBD wrong will be knocked down by the players of our NX, and that would also be a good trade. But I believe none of them would be able to confirm that elimination as they quite have that distance in between them. Ooh.
Oh, but Milo was just waiting so that they can actually grab more of those knockdowns. Oh, what was that? That was a throw of the nade for himself. Not so sure what Milo did there, but now he does only have a Mini 14 and an SLK, so he will have to wait it out until Nexus Vanguard will close into him. But he needs help right now, but it's just way too slow for the rest of SBD Vicious. And now he dies in the process. KZ goes for the finish. I mean, like, why is Starboy not even going for a vehicle or maybe trying to run towards where this engagement is happening?
I don't know as well, but for Teemo being the only player right here in front of them, ooh, that was a nice confirmation on to keep Loki, but because they lost Milo already, ooh, almost got knocked down, was one player of our Nexus Vanguards. But as SBD Teemo moves around the map right here, he would probably want to get more of those utilities as his helmet is just level 1. So one headshot and you're done for Teemo right there. But for NXKKZE, they're just also moving around the map. For SBD Wrong, he's still quite far. But yeah, just like what you've asked, where is Starboy and why is he not going to where the battle is actually happening at?
He's actually stuck out there. Not so sure why he's not even, looking for a vehicle. And there's not much of any, threat out of this moment. So for SBD Vicious, those are the things that you would need to, think about. If your teammate is actually, pinned down by a full squad of Nexus Vanguard, then you would have to double time, make it quick for you to find ways on how you can help out your teammate. But now, since time has passed, there is now GOA who is now going for a third party.
Ooh.
But Pacquiao, you would need to back out here for a little bit as he's actually dealing some damage onto him. And GOA now will try to go for this compound. This is a 3-story building. One of those power positions, in my opinion, at this very area. So for now, they will not go for the push. They don't have yet any much of the information.
Yup, but we are receiving those bullets coming in from NX. And with SBD Starboy just right in front of our Guardians of Angels, I don't think they already know that Starboy is just within their reach. So in any case, they would go and opt for that compound. I think that is a chance for Starboy to surprise them with those bullets. But for K1J, they're actually right beside our IQ in that area. But again, we are seeing here the movement of the circle. I think most of them predicted that safe zone. So that explains why almost everyone is already inside of that and they would not need to move that much. But for K1J, they would still have to face our IQ later on if any of them actually goes for that challenge.
Now for GG. And then guys, they just won the chicken dinner the previous match. Let's see if they can actually do it again. For now, they're just split it up here. Between 2 places here, right one at prison, then right one just right above prison. For GOA, they will try to relocate. They had their bad game in the previous matchup, so let's see if they can actually bounce back. They actually had 3 good games at the start of this day number 3, so all they need to do now is just do a good rotation, especially here in match number 18. And if they can do so, maybe they can, find their ways again with being lucky with the circle.
Definitely. Let's see if they are going to be lucky with the circle right here. Before YG, they have been quite quiet for the past matches. We are just seeing them getting a few points in their bags and probably going out a bit early. But we all know YG. I mean, this always happens most of the time, especially for day number 1. We have seen them not perform well for the first 4 matches and eventually being the GOATs of match number 5 and match number 6. But now, let's see if that is going to be the case for this one. But for K1J, they would not actually battle out with IQ, but rather with Goa, who is just passing by right within their compound right here. K1JK, oh, even with that 1 HP left from his life, he managed to knock down and take out Goa LKS.
Yeah, clutch play there from Kane, as he's able to clutch it out against the players of GOA. And we were just talking about GOA, and now they're left with only 1. So another bad game for Guardians of Angels, as they were able to get now top number 1, but they might lose it again. Or they might lose it after this game, Aya, because YG is still alive with 4 players strong, and you would most likely see YG get those cores until the latter parts of this game.
Yep. So now everyone is much quiet. We have just seen a few kills right here and there, but not really a full squad being eliminated as of this early. And Superboy, though, will be seen once more. And as he receiving those tap bullets from SBD, he manages to hide at the edge of that house. Now SBD doesn't have that direct access onto our Nexus Vanguards with a shift again of that circle that would favor Hyra, CTS, GG, ATS, and a bit of our YG.
TTQ now looking at 2 teams. This is SBD Vicious and Nexus Vanguard, but they would need to rotate because the blue zone is now right at this area. The circle shifted all the way to the top portion now, top eastern side of the map. And you can see now Infamous looking to rotate. Let's see, where will they go? Looks like they will go to this Wizard Tower. And it'll be a split for them, a 2-2 split. Maybe the rest will be at some sort of ridge area right just above them. But again, back in the blue zone, Aya. Still a standoff here between SB Vicious, TTQ, and Timo, able to spot Miracle, but as Timo actually circles around this compound, I'm not so sure if he has a vehicle. I mean, he has a hovercraft, actually, but it's all up on smokes now.
Now, let's see if they would still be able to enter the circle, given that there are a lot of teams waiting for them as they push forward. Before time to quick, after that good run, let's see if they would be able to replicate it here in our final Wrangle match. Before, Team Max just staying around the area shelter, still looking onto our IQ right there, the Claw and Master Hong, but they really don't have that perfect vision to spot them out. So not really a knockdown in a few minutes coming in from our Team Max. Before time to quick, they would actually join them from behind. But oh, I was wrong. Max RX actually has that perfect vision onto IQ the Claw and would probably be able to take him down alive. Max here will be spotting time to quick Zuki at the same time. Team MSI would also join that engagement.
And Master Hong right now for Team IQ, they need help for the Claw. They're coming from the bottom side as well. Players are already inside. TTQ now. Zuki will die in the process. Gus is actually knocked down. And looks like they will be left with only 2. And this circle is kind of tricky. There's a bunch of open areas actually at the bottom. They will most likely like hug this edge of this circle right at the bottom side. So that they can probably go for gatekeep for some of the teams. But Gus will be confirmed by actually MSI. So MSI now working here for this match as they add more points so that they can probably maybe go for number 1 spot again. And for IQ now, they actually lose the circle again because the circle has shifted one more time again to the top portion of the playable area.
That is really sad for them because, again, they need to move around. And with that movement, you know, comes along those possible eliminations. those possible casualties, SBD Starboy will be seen by the play zone actually and will be confirmed eventually. Time to quick though, and K1J starts off that battle once more as Bunny will have to hop his way back to the lobby, and YG Renat spots ATSG and Infisaviera spots Max and Rex as they are moving inside towards our safe zone. That is what I've mentioned earlier on. As you go inside of the circle, that is what is gonna join you, those eliminations and those possible casualties coming in from your end.
And Team Max right now, they cannot even find a place to stay. This is again a very bad position for them. And now they have this rock, one single rock as cover.
Oh no.
They're now using also the vehicles as cover. So again, for Team Max, they don't have any place to go anymore. But up on the northern side, YG, they're going to be up against ATS and God7 crawling his way through. Frag grenade almost hitting Mernat. He's down to half HP, but looks like they're going to crash in. And ATS just got annihilated by the defending champs.
What a quick crash, courtesy of our YG, and that was also a quick 4 eliminations for them right there. But for Infisaviera Forsaken, who threw that nade onto the Arafingapika, that was not received. Oh, but Forsaken will be seen by Max Karnai from behind. K1J, 1 second right there, was knocked down in just a second. Coming in from GG Devon and also one more of their teammates, but we have here God Boozer proving that he is the god of the game right here for side of K1J and was able to clear out that player who took down 2 of his teammates.
Claw goes down though. And Team Max just spraying down onto Infamous Saviera. This is a long distance shot, but here comes the third party. MSI now crashes in. Ryman down to low HP. But they need to regroup. They need to get in order for them to be safe and have their HPs healed up. But Ryman will be able to recover. But look at that frag grenade! As Monboy bombing Infamous Saviera, they are out of this matchup.
I think, you know, that YG and MSI are quite of in a sync. Now that they are back here in the game, they're also back with getting more of those eliminations, and that explains why they are quite near to each other when it comes to our points, with MSI taking 5 already and YG taking 4. But YG got knocked down on the other side of our area right here as Oster was also taken down. Let's see if they will be able to go for that revive, but that will be the final breath of SBD Teemo in front of our young Galacticus as they now have ample time to go and revive Romeo Boy.
Circle will shift. Let's see where the circle will go. As you can see, ooh, that frag grenade actually eliminates God Muzu. I was actually looking at the circle. I'm not sure where it actually went. Did you actually saw the circle went?
Not really.
I was like focused on the frag grenade onto Muzu. Anyways, we'll see that. Oh, it actually shifted onto the western side. So good for those teams who already are in position, but bad for those who are at the eastern side now. Goa or Guardians of Angels will be out. Ooh, and Nexai pretzel naded them down, and now here comes again MSI waking up in match number 18.
That was actually funny because IQXZY was trying to escape, and then when he heard that nade actually landing onto his side, he managed to run, but not quite far, so that those shrapnels was even able to take him down alive. But for Team Max, that would be Max Renai exploding, courtesy of our MSI as well. And for WIOF, we also have eyes on them coming in from our team Hyras. They are all now getting inside circle. We are having those battles left and right, but Hyra Ryujin will actually be the first one to be knocked down by our WIOF.
Oh, and Ryujin got right by winning a future. Here comes Fame. Oh, no! Mewtwo will knock him down. No, it actually is a third party from GG. But chaos is happening now out in the open areas of the circle. And Master D2K will be confirmed now. And the battle continues here between winning a future and the hybrids. Master D2K got Molotov there, as you can see on the feed. But Say Cloud just going for those third parties. They got this high ground on the roof of one of the houses on top of the circle. But they need to get in now as the blue zone is closing in a minute. Ooh, but Kurenai will go down together with the rest of Team Max. And that is going to be Monboy who will finally eliminate Team Max.
With those tap actions right there, now MSI has double the eliminations of our YG with 10 right in the bag. But as I've mentioned that, MSI Monboy will be spotted together with YG Master Smile. And one more following their footsteps would be Austin and X. And with those nades being thrown at the same time, we have more battles going on as they are fighting for a spot inside of our safe zone. And that was Hiracapo almost receiving all of those damages. But with GG No Escape, with no more chance to escape, Good Game Esports will have to say goodbye.
Capo, though, goes down. And looks like his teammate is now ready to revive him right away. Mernat, though, will have to regroup with his teammates as the circle draws to a close. Frag grenades now coming from the side of YG. Min still reviving Capo. It's been like more than 10 seconds already. There we go. Looks like they have canceled it out, but eventually able to revive him now. Another shift of the circle. It now goes over to the areas where Austria is at together with CTS. And on the eastern side, looks like MSI now will put the pressure onto the hybrids. As you can see now, frag grenade connected to Min. Another frag grenade coming in from Pretzel, but it's way too short. Looks like Capo will be able to heal up his teammate Min, but I'm sure that he needs to put up a smoke first. Oh no more setup of smokes. MSI just bombed Team Hybrids.
I think as MSI took their breath away, I also was speechless during that moment we're in. They were eliminated with that one frag grenade coming in from MSI. Now we have here two PH teams, one Myanmar team and one Cambodian team inside of our final four matches. Final four teams rather. And around the area of the museum, we have our Austin 74 will be seen by our YG. With that nade exploding right in front of Zaycloud, he was spared because he has a bit of a cover right there. But for us, Job, final player. MSI would actually be joining them in a bit. I do think so, as the rest of Austria will be wiped by our YG. That is courtesy of our Say Cloud. But now a good battle right here with YG and MSI.
The battle of top and top three. And they maybe be top one and top two after this game. But look at that frag grenade. It actually connected onto MSI. Monboy goes down as well because of CTS third party. And now Say Cloud comes in, just eliminating three of the players of MSI. And now Pretzel is now all stuck right at this broken wall. Cool now. With a crossover moves and able to eliminate Team Misfit International.
That was really close, but that nade was actually very close as well. But with that Molly being thrown onto our young Galacticus, with Mernat being knocked down at the same time, few more will be connecting, and the final player would be YG Slate Cloud hiding behind that pillar right there as CTS DOS is waiting for his movement, but he is not going to go out from that side. They will be pinning him down. Demius will be spotted though. Final player right here, and that will be it for our young Galacticus, and the ending winner in that match would be CTS.
Total chaos of an ending there. Oh my goodness. A push from YG, and then Austria got eliminated, and then after that, a push coming from MSI. And then you thought that MSI would, knock down the players of YG. The third party comes in from CTS, and then CTS just finishing off every remaining player left in the lobby as they get their winner chicken dinner for today.
That was a perfect execution of that third-party action coming in from our CTS. They joined the battle in a perfect timing, wherein the players of MSI were almost all knocked down, and then eventually took down Pretzel, and eventually taking down our young Galacticus 1-1. So GG's to our players from CTS as they took that winner chicken dinner in match number 18.
And CTS, a much needed win, to be honest with you, Aya, because they're clinging around the bottom side of the overall ranking. So this is a much needed win. And probably this will solidify their position in order for them to qualify through the second super weekend here in week number 2. And right now, let's look at the stats. A total of 6 eliminations here for CTS. The circle was not too good of a circle, to be honest with you, because it has so many open areas. The edges only of the circle has, those buildings, those covers, and there's only just one compound right at the middle, which was the compound where CTS was located, and hence they are the winners here for match 18.
And that is a well-deserved win for our CTS in order for them to really be able to secure their slot onto our Super Weekend week number 2. But first, let's watch the highlights during that match.
And we are back here for the match rankings after match 18. YG will get the number 1 spot here, even though that they did not get that winner chicken dinner, because they have so many eliminations, kind of like what Misfit International did here with a total of 17 points. CTS got the chicken dinner, a total of 16 only for their squad. And you can see Ostja getting 8 together with Team Hybrid XRA. If you noticed, Hybrid XRA is really doing all of that they can in order for them to be able to qualify through the second super weekend. And we will take a look at that overall rankings later on.
Yep, well, as they should, because they only have 2 more games in the map of Miramar. I'm not quite sure if they're actually going to play those 2. So, yeah, we will see that later on. But again, they really need to maximize every match that they will play in so that they would not be pushed down here onto week number 2. But now looking at our overall rankings, YG now has 140 points. Next to them would be MSI with that 7-point gap, and with that 3-point gap between MSI and Goa, we now have Ostja next onto number 4 spot with 115, 111 for BG, 108 for NX, 106 for Infazaviera. GG almost getting past that 100-point mark with 97, IQ with 93, and Time to Quick with 90 points.
And this is what I'm waiting for. This is going to be interesting, Aya. We don't really have to think about who's top 1, 2, and 3 this time around now. What we need to think about is who
Top
will
16.
get through the top 16 and who will not play in Super Weekend. Right now, it's tied up between Team Max and Team Hybrid XRA, 65. And the only thing that is breaking the tie is the placement points for Team
The
Max.
chicken dinner too.
Yeah, but it is going to be the placement point first for the tiebreaker. But anyways, top 4 teams now for match number 18 is YG, MSI, CTS, and Ostja. And again, both the number 1 and the number 2 team here, which is MSI and YG, getting 12 elimination points. But the winning team, CTS, just waited for that compound again, getting all of the remaining eliminations right at the end of this matchup.
And now, again, actually, not only those 2 teams should be highlighted, as we also have KHI having 66 points. So that is just a 1 point difference. A lot could still happen between those 3 teams and even other teams surrounding their ranks. Before the MVP, we have here CTS DOS having 3 eliminations, 396 damage, and no damage taken. So that is actually a good positioning coming in from CTS DOS, and they were able to take that winner chicken dinner. So with all that happening in match number 18, I just do hope that they also are going to be able to keep with the momentum that they're having throughout the rest of the final 2 games.
It is kind of like what happened to the game where Nexus Vanguard actually got their winner chicken dinner. They didn't really had any much damage on them, so it's just basically about the circle is what they're depending on. But again, we're done with Erangel maps. We're now looking towards the Miramar maps here for match number 19 and 20. As we go on a short break here, Kuku TV and I will be back for more PMCL action.
The second to the last match for day number 3 is now fast approaching, and we are now here in our plane. This is what those teams on the bottom part needs to have so that they can be meeting us tomorrow onto our super weekend week number 2. Plane path would be from the air of El Azahar onto the western side of our Miramar map.
And TTQ already came out from their airplane, going probably to Campo Militar, because K1J will probably go to, or most likely go to Tierra Bronca. El Azahar is actually open, and Osja will take that. KHI usually goes to Puerto Paraíso, so they will get a vehicle right at the roadside on the eastern side of this map. Right now, TTQ already had landed. Other teams are also coming out of the airplane. Nobody yet dropping together, so seems like we're not gonna have an early engagement here, except probably if SBD again will drop again together with another team. But look at the circle going to the northeastern side of Miramar. This is first time I've seen probably for this PMCL. And this is going to be interesting because those teams that had dropped early will have a far better advantage, and then the others who had just landed will try to loot up, then eventually will rotate late. Ooh, but look at this. Looks like ATSX actually had different strategy here for match number 19. They will do a hot drop with YG.
That is, a very bold move for the side of our ATSX, knowing that YG would drop to this location. And I just want to see how ATSX would actually fight our world champs right here in this location. So let's see, because we all know that YG performs really, really well in the map of Miramar. Well, we have seen them performing good as well into the other maps, but especially more here in the map of Miramar. So that is going to be a huge risk again for the side of our ATSX. But as they are all preparing right there, we also have here our Hybrid X Rising Aces also preparing for the next battles as they're looting around the area of Monte Nuevo, but with nobody around, so they are still quite safe at this point.
Team Hyra needs to get over Team Max if they want to join this Super Weekend. By the way, the Super Weekend will take place tomorrow and on Sunday, where teams will play a total of 14 matches. If on the second day, no team will smash on the second day, kind of like what happened during the first week. Comparing it to PMCL Summer, if you remember, we had the 2 Super Weekends and we had 2 smashes.
Yep, exactly. So that is going to be quite interesting now for week number 2, because for week number 1, again, we did not see any smashes. We have maximized those 8 games inside of that day. So with week number 2, I am really hoping that we are going to have that smash. Not only because we want to rest early, but we want to see those teams really challenge themselves to do even better than how they played it out last week.
And for Team Max, the same story for them. Will they be able to maintain that top number 16? Or there's actually a big possibility as well that they can go even above top maybe 12 or maybe 11, because they're just nearby CTS, SBD, K1J, Winning a Future, and also KHI. KHI, I'm kind of like scared for KHI because if you notice their gameplay from Erangel, early in the game they rotate in and then they eventually get killed early. So let's see if they will do that here in this map of Miramar. For now, everyone is just rotating in. MSI came from Pecado So they will now try to go to San Martin. I'm not so sure where exactly they will try to go now because, again, remember, the circle is centering around Cruz del Valle.
Yep, and with that happening right there, several teams would also be left outside. But good thing that that blue zone is not yet chasing after them. We have one of those teams being GG, even though they just have a few. They're just a few meters away, rather, from that safe zone, so they can just move easily later on. But with the utilities that they're still having right here, they would still, of course, want to maximize their surroundings. But oh no, as you have just mentioned, our KHI, they will now be spotted by our time to quick.
Like what I said, Aya, I'm
Mm-hmm.
scared of KHI because you just saw that, right?
Yep.
Zuki gets the first blood of this matchup. CTS, I'm pretty sure that they can handle this pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're at 77 points now. Most likely they are secured already. I mean, even though that they like say they get eliminated early,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that they will still qualify because I mean, Team ATSX right now with 53. If they get a winner chicken dinner, they will eventually get probably just on top of K1J or maybe even winning a future.
Mm-hmm.
So there's basically a gap there for CTS. So they are, for me, safe
Mm-hmm.
for them to qualify through the second Super Weekend.
Yep.
For NGGZ Aya, do you think that they can still qualify though?
To be quite honest with you, and to all of those who are watching, I don't think they would be able to get into that super weekend with the gap even between them and ATSX. That alone is not so easy to catch up to. Here in the final two matches of Miramar, they would need two chicken dinners and, of course, a lot more eliminations in order for them to get into that top 16. But at this rate, if they are really not going to do better, I would be disheartened for the side of NGGZ.
Well, if they get two chicken dinners, Aya, it's just a big what if, Aya. Big
Mhm.
what if. What if not so good games will have good games here for the
Mhm.
last two matches of the day?
Yeah, actually, that is what I've mentioned. If they're gonna get to chicken dinners, that is the only time they are gonna get into the top 16. But wait, we have a gate 1J God Muzu being knocked down right here by NGGZMM as we are talking about them, as they are also trying to go for that winner chicken dinner, of course, all of those eliminations, but they aren't yet securing that elimination onto God Muzu. They still have a long way to go before they enter their perimeters, but NGGZMM now surrounds them, and with those other players of K1J, not quite sure where they are at right now, but ooh, with that safe zone actually circling around K1J, I think that battle would still prolong.
And this is good for NGGZ. So we were talking about them just earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Circle is now going to NGGZ. All they need to do now is to execute it pretty well to the point where they get that winner chicken dinner. If they do not get the winner chicken dinner, at least get top number 2. If they can get top number 2 and then a few elimination points, maybe let's say 9 or maybe 8,
Mm-hmm.
and then on the next game they try to get that winner chicken dinner or maybe at least get top number 2 again, then NGGZ can maybe get a spot in the second super weekend. But again, if not, then they will have to just watch and learn
Yep.
during those 2 days. I mean, they did get the league rank points already, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how much again did they get from the first super weekend?
Which team?
NGGZ.
I think they just got around 3, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check that out.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, 3. I just saw it. We're not even sure if that's enough, right?
Yep. Yeah, that is going to be a huge risk. So all they need to do right now is actually pray that they would be able to still qualify for grand finals despite their lackluster and underwhelming performance for week number 2. Before CTS having that battle right there, we also have another battle going on. KHI versus IQ. Also one of the teams that you said that you were afraid for because they weren't really playing that good in the map of Miramar. And that is exactly what is happening right here. KHI now surrendering with a final bullet onto KHI Jappy coming from IQ Rambo. That will be a confirmation onto their end. But that battle is far from over as they also have Oscar right beside them. But with the high IQ of IQ the Claw, he manages to knock down one of the players of Oscar.
And top, just riding the horse, trying to help it out. Oh, Rambo. Oh, he actually goes down as well. That's a 1v2 clutch there by Renzer. And now for IQ. Looks like they need more of the IQs here. Oh, and there's actually a third party. No, not the third party, but a flank by Nong X. And now with a confirmation here from Renzer. No more shells left. He needs to reload his EBS. 1v2. No, that's it for IQ. Good plays being shown here by Ostja.
Wow. I really just thought that was going towards our Team IQ as they managed to initiate that battle, having one knockdown player onto our Ostja, but eventually things turned around and that went well for the favor right here of our Ostja. So GG's to them as they already have 4 eliminations in their bags. But with the next battles possible to happen right here, we had seen that MSI versus CTS, and now with GG just securing this area right inside of the circle, although not entirely inside. So they need to probably find a different location right there as that circle will be not circling around the initial spot they chose, which we will see later on. But for the rest of the teams, with the IQ not being here in the map, I think Time to Quick really has that chance to overtake IQ for the next match.
Definitely. If TTQ can add 4 more points or 3 more points, it can definitely take over. But probably it's not that too important, Aya, because again, what's more important here is the one at the bottom. And the Blacks actually circles around with his buggy. And this is what I'm scared about, Aya. KHI now down to only 1, and this is their IGL Claire. Who's gonna be up against Sora K. Oh, and Claire now will be spotted by Sora K with the UMP. KHI is in big trouble here.
Big trouble indeed. As we have said earlier onto our overall rankings, they just have a 1 point gap onto Team Max and even Hyra. So not even Team Max would be secure, not even Hyra. They all still need to work even harder for that. So even more for KHI only having 66 points right here. So with them going out of the match, I just hope that they are still going to play for the final game. But if in any case that they won't, that would really hurt their points right there. And the same thing goes for Team Max and even Hyra. And if ATSX also would still push forward here in this game. Now, SBD Timo, speaking of pushing forward, they're also moving forward already, and they would be facing not only NGGZ, but also possibly YG.
Yeah, there's a big possibility, and Seika is already has his eyes on SBD Vicious, so SBD Vicious will probably have to go for a hard rotation because one of their guys actually is already down. And that's courtesy of Team Max. It looks like they had tried to go for a hard rotation, just circles around towards the northeastern side. But again, Team Max is just waiting at those power positions. And now for YG, they need to heal back their HP. As the circle, by the way, has shifted towards the western side now of the playable area.
And with that happening right here, we have Team Max at Rex knocking down SBD wrong right there. And also, though, spots team Max Tornai will be confirmed too. As Milo tries to go for that heal up, as he hides behind this area. Oh no, we have two players of YG actually pushing forward and holding those frag grenades, and not even those nades would connect first, but even those bullets coming in from time to quick Gus.
And we're not now. Oh, headshot from that ASM Abakan. Oh my goodness. YG now needs to double time their movements because the circle, or the blue zone rather, is now also closing. And there's just a bunch of teams up on the northern side, northeast side to be more specific. They probably need to go for a hard rotation, Aya.
Mm-hmm. They really do need that right now, as around the middle portion, or rather the southern portion of our circle, there are a lot of teams that is quite crowded at this point. But coming in from outside, Team Max, they could easily be gate kept by our Osha, just like that. As I mentioned, oh, Max and Rex, though, will be spotted too by Osha 7 support. And the final player of SBD needs to run for his life. And for GG, this would be him battling with our ATSX. ATSX needs those points. So for GG, in any case, oh no, and GG's actually joins that engagement and knocks down one of the players of ATSX, but would not be able to confirm that elimination. And GGZ now faces one more team, which is actually YG. But wait up, ATSX Peanut tries to clean up the surroundings, and that will be our ATSX eliminating the rest of GG.
ATSX needed every single elimination there, Aya. Again, they're one of those teams that are on the bottom side of the overall rankings. And right now, Max, you almost. But again, the blue zone also is gonna hurt him. He needs to heal up. Hyra, though, oh no. Hybrids are now out. Even YG is out. What?
Oh. What exactly happened right there? I believe that was Osja and even NGGZ, eliminating those players right in that moment. So for NGGZ, eliminating the rest of our Young Galactics, that is a good sign, yes. But as we have mentioned, they need a chicken dinner. They need a lot more points. Oh, and I believe they're hearing us right now because they don't have any other choice but to, of course, go all out. It's a do or die situation at this point for the side of our NGGZ, knocking down one more onto our Osja. Will they be able to secure that elimination? I think they will, because, or rather, nope, because we still have a full squad for the side of Osja.
And Osja now X keeps on spraying them down. They're actually outside of the zone right now. I'm not so sure how they will try to rotate, because look at the open area that they would have to go through, and there's just so many teams waiting at those hills, so they might get sprayed down if they try to rotate through that open area. Well, let's see and find out later on if that will happen. But for now, BG, they are looking at this ruin area where that team is at, and they're probably gonna take it later on, maybe crash onto that compound. For now, a lot of teams going to Cruz del Valle, one of which is winning a future together with TTS. And currently, they're just taking their time here. It's still a lot of time here for the blue zone to close. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to go. So there's not much of any rush for Osja Esports. But Pretzel, though, oh no. His buggy just bounced off that hill. And then additional firepower coming from Osja. But looks like MSI will be able to safely come into the circle.
They actually are going to be able to do so, as NGGZMM knocks down ATSX Zayo. Both of those teams who are really struggling into getting all of those points, they're now facing each other. But for MSA Momboy, he takes that chance onto taking down WIFOF YOLO and taking that kill in an instant, as he also spots behind him, which is going to be Osja, to prevent those backstab actions from happening. And MSA Pretzel here also having that near access onto our team Osja. We have WIOF Mewtwo being naded down, or actually that was from the team of WIOF onto our team K1J. But K1J 1 second, in 1 second he knocked down one of the players, which is lucky with that mini 14. A lot of teams are actually struggling to find their safe space around the southern portion because there are a lot of teams around their area.
Winning a future now needs to make a push here. Soirée is down to very low HP. Oh, he's actually on fire, Aya. He's on fire. Look at King. He was able to get out of that fire. And now, good thing also his teammate actually set up the smoke for him, so he can now go to wherever his teammate is at. So he'll be safe for now. As for K1J, which is Kane, they're just looking out of the outskirts here of the Miramar area on the western side, where Burmese Goals is trying to make in their way, trying to get into position. And looks like Austria, I've seen them able to get in just right on the edge of the circle.
Yep, definitely. As NGGZMM, they're finally spotted by other teams. They have been constantly knocking down players from the sides, but now they would be seen, and that would be MM being knocked down. Well, let's see if they will be able to go for that heal up and revive right away. As BG Unknown is still looking at the players from CDS, they're also just trying to make sure that ATSX would not join that engagement later on. They're going to have a lot of the trouble, especially that from those teams who are in a crowd earlier on around the southern portion, only K1J is right inside, and the rest would have to squeeze their way in.
Yeah, this is just a squeeze right on the bottom side here. Just so many teams trying. Oh, look at that nade! Mewtwo, nice throw of that nade. MSI was just setting up their line of smoke. And this is, I think, the only way that they can try to get in. It looks like Mewtwo able to see range on the backside there. And now for MSI, they were able to revive Pretzel, Monboy, and the gang of MSI. They might as well just go back to their vehicles and maybe use it to get in, because this is just way too much of gatekeep coming from winning a future.
Yep, way too much for them to handle. Let's see, as Austrian will be seen by NGGZ Michi with M416, as K1G Kane will be seeing CDS goal right there. He needs to keep his goal for now. Oh, but they won't be able to keep their composure as the rest of CTS will now be eliminated. But ATSX Zeo will be seen by BG Lilyatka. Unknown though will receive that same damage right there. ATSX Zeo will be confirmed in the process, as K1J Kane would want to join that engagement, want to join that fun, as those two teams are now facing each other as they're just around the outskirts. Now MSI would have to contest this ground from the VIOF so that they could easily have their spot inside of that circle, but with Osja actually joining in, that would be a trouble for the side of MSI.
Yeah, big trouble for MSI now, as they're down to only 2. Pretzel down to half HP. He's actually healing up, being hurt by Lucky, but look at that jumping shot from Pretzel. He's now mad at Lucky, as they were getting those bullets from the other side of the road earlier on. Look at Kane. Kane sees a part of the body of Pretzel. And now for Monboy, he's all alone. Winning a future is now gone. I'm not sure if Monboy is also inside. Yeah, he's not yet in, Aya. Monboy is not yet in for MSI, so you better find a way to get into the circle.
And that the same thing goes for those other teams who are not yet in our safe zone. We just have a few teams outside, but around the middle portion, nobody's exactly taking that. But for Monboy, what is he actually going to do? Is that going to be a deny, or is that going to be him trying to go for that revive and heal up? But nope, no heal is going to be done right here. So that is indeed a deny for him. But with the circle, look at that. SBD Timo, the final player, also gets the circle all for himself.
And Soirée together with K1J Still alive here at the bottom side. Just a little bit of a push so that they can be inside the zone. But you can see now, Austria Nongx goes down. Gus goes down as well. While for Burmese goals, they actually take down Kane. So this means that Unknown will go for the elimination. And more than likely, he will go for the loot as well. But again, here comes the backup here for K1J. So Rake cooks a nade, or actually tries to cook a nade, but he actually cancels it out. Looks like he's gonna just have Burmese goals get out of their position, maybe wait it out, try to be more patient, and just focus on the circle. But meanwhile, we have Austria Esports now bombing TTQ. Oh, a lot of nades coming to the side of Bunny. Just so many bombs. 4, even 5 frag grenades exploding. And now Bunny will throw his own. Will it connect? No, he just overthrows that. And for Austria, they're actually resetting by reviving their teammate.
Bombs away, says Oz right here. On to time to click Bunny, but he still survives. Oh, but that play zone would not let him survive any further. That is really very painful at stage number 7. I don't know what were they thinking that they can survive such pain and such damage coming in from that blue. But now, let's see who will actually receive more pain as VG Unknown and the rest of VG would be seen by our NGGZ being eliminated onto that spot. But NGGZ, as we've called them out earlier on, they're now unstoppable with 10 eliminations already. SBD team right in front of NGGZ. Minor, that was just a surprise that Minor did not retaliate as fast as we hoped that he would, but that is still an elimination onto SBD. Now we have 4 remaining players right here. Osja, K1J, and those 2 teams who are not yet part of the top 16, ATSX and NGGZ.
And like what I said, Aya, NGGZ, 11 elims so far. They actually overachieved, actually, from whatever potential that they could have done here. And the circle also goes to them as well here. Stage number 8, final circle of this match. Waiting for the last stage for the blue zone to close in. And Austria Esports here, just disabling the vehicles of NGGZ. Looks like they're all intact. They're making a last run here for the top 16. Oh, they actually knocked down Sorake. K1J now down to only one boy for ATSX. Tries to heal up. He can try to ride his vehicle here and maybe try to crash onto the care package over there, but I think
doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to.
Yeah.
He's probably afraid that NGGZ will spray down on him.
Yep, most likely that is the thoughts running on his mind right now. And that is one more point going to NGGZ now with 11. Actually, make that 12 eliminations. 11 for Osja. So both aggressive teams are remaining in this battle. NGGZ and Osja. And those final one, I'll make that 2. Final 1 player for K1J. I don't think Sorake would still be revived at this rate. And Sorake would now be confirmed by NGGZ Jarrell, as we have our Osja 7 support having this detonated vehicle in front of him as his cover. The rest of NGGZ actually has a good spot, and they have a good chance of getting this winner check-in dinner. But for K1J, 1 second, he can also bring so much of that trouble onto either Osja or our NGGZ, just like that. As I've mentioned, he even managed to lose or to give so much of that damage onto NGGZ, losing half of his life. That would be right here. And with K1J, 1 second with a P90, with that nade on behind him. That would not be received by 1 second, but with one more attempt, that would just bounce off and he would still be quite alive.
Still alive here for 1 second. The nade now from Osja going to NGGZ. They're probably thinking that 1 second here can go for a third party, but Osja needs to kill him right away here, because if you look at the positioning, Osja is at the edge of the eastern side, and NGGZ has a much better positioning in the last stage. And 1 second now, we'll go for the heal up. There you go, and we'll just probably deny himself here. And that is he actually survives. But that's it. Jarrell able to see 1 second, and now it's going to be a 4v3. Looks like actually one is already down, but the trade knock there. Mitchie gets those frag grenades up. Only one player left remaining for Austria. And NGGZ, not so good games, will have a very good game as they get the winner chicken dinner here in match number 19.
That is exactly what they need in this match. So GG's to NGGZ. After that, let's see if they would really be close into getting our top 16. So nice one for NGGZ. And also nice for those teams who actually made it to the top 4, especially for Austria, getting a lot of eliminations as well. And for ATSX, for trying to get those points. I'm not quite sure how many did they get, but that is still them being inside of top 4.
Well, for NGGZ, they only need one more, Aya. One more good game. They cannot afford to have a not so good game right now.
Yep.
No pun intended there. But anyways, NGGZ, I saw them with 11 elimination. They added like 4 more. So I think they got a total of probably 15 or maybe 16. So let's see how many they got here. Jarrell with 7 though. 5 for Mitchie and 3 for Minor and 2 for MM.
17.
Yeah.
A lot.
A total of 17 eliminations here for NGGZ. They might, I mean, they still need to be good in the final match of the day in order for them to qualify, but this is good for NGGZ. But the big question here is, Aya, who will not play on the next round, on the next match? Oh, it's actually Group E, which is... Oh, that's the last match of Austria. That's the last match of Max.
Oh, that's why.
Winning of Future and SBD. So looks like the one in trouble actually is Team Max.
That is going to be difficult. Let's see that later on. But first, let's watch the highlights of what NGGZ had done in that first Miramar map.
And look at that beautiful gameplay or beautiful PUBG Mobile being shown by Not So Good Games as they get 27 points total here in match number 19. I think this is not yet enough for them to qualify through the second Super Weekend. But again, this is a good start for them to be able to make sure that they don't go there in the top 17 and below starting next match, because next match is a very important match for NGGZ. But again, Aya, as we mentioned, Team Max only getting 2 points here has played their last game for this 3 days, or for day number 3 rather. It's actually same as SBD Vicious. So that means SBD Vicious is gonna be the one of the teams that is surely not gonna play for the Super Weekend.
Yep, well, that's really unfortunate for them. We will have to see who else would join them onto those four teams who will not play. Looking at the overall rankings, actually tied up would be YG and MSI, but around the middle portion, we don't actually need to focus that much on these points, as you've mentioned earlier on. You really have to focus on those teams who are on the verge of losing their top 16th rank, or also those teams who would be able to join the top 16. So these teams, good job. Kudos to all of those players, but now we have to see the second half of the scores right here. Oh no, as you've said, Team Max is right here, number 15 with 67. But KHI could easily replace them later on. And even NGGZ, actually that was a nice game. They really needed that one. But I just do hope that NGGZ also gets more points for the next match, because if not, they could also be replaced by Hyra or even ATSX.
And actually, apologies for SBD Vicious. SBD Vicious is actually on top. It was ATSX is the one I'm thinking of, who is actually down on the bottom. So apologies for SBD Vicious. SBD Vicious is actually surely gonna qualify. So they will surely qualify because they're up above like the 70-point mark already.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So SBD Vicious, good luck to you in the Super Weekend. But like what I said, like this is the last game of Team Max, so this means that either KHI, NGGZ, or maybe even Team Hyra or Hybrid XRA can possibly take out Team Max out of that top 15 spot right now. It's just very close. While we look on the MVP, is going to be Jarrell, who gets 7 eliminations, 1,266 damage, 204 damage taken here for Jarrell. And he's really on point when it comes to headshot here. 19% out of the head.
Yep, that is actually also high for Jarrell right here, securing those points in. And really a lot of things that had happened during that match was courtesy of Jarrell coming in from those 7 eliminations. That was indeed what they need to do. We have been looking for that from our NGGZ for the past games. But I just hope that they didn't wait for that final Murmur map, because they were also going to be feeling all of those jitters. Let's just wait and see for the final Murmur map later on. But before that, we're going to go on a very, very short break, and Kuku TV and iPlace will be right back. And we are now here for the final Miramar map and a final game for the 3 days here on the group stage for PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025. And this will now determine who will be the top 16 teams that will join us for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, we'll have to go back with that overall rankings. Again, it's pretty close for some of the teams. But right now, let's focus on this game. Match number 20 from La Cabrera, right down below of Los Leones is going to be the flight path. This is a very important game for KHI. Same goes to NGGZ and Team Hybrid XRAs. You can also add those other two, ATS and ATSX. A lot of these teams, Aya, are just knocking on the doors on qualifying through the second Super Weekend. But again, let's see what will happen here as we now see another hot drop here between YG and I believe so. This is ATX next again. They're just so brave with. Oh, that's not a good sign, Aya. First blood onto Zio, courtesy of Romeo, who actually went towards the dropping point of ATSX.
That is quite saddening for us out of ATSX because they need those points in order for them to rise higher than rank number 19. Because if that is going to be happening right here, that means we would not be seeing them in the grand finals completely, as they weren't able to join the first week of our Super Weekend, and not being able to join the second week is also going to be that final the final thing that ATSX needs to have so that they wouldn't be joining our Super Weekend. So again, let's see what will happen for our ATSX and even to our ATS and those other teams who also joined us in week number 1, which is NGGZ and Hyra.
And Extreme right now looking with that 3x scope. Looks like they will back out here. Again, it's all because Peanut also died in the process here. I'm not sure what were they thinking here, Aya, because again, you're very, very close to being able to qualify in your first Super Weekend. Or this, I believe that this is their second, right? Oh, yeah. This is their first, if ever. If ever they qualify, this is their first Super Weekend. And now they lose that chance all because of whatever they picked to, drop together with. They dropped together with the defending champions.
Yep, again.
Why would you drop together with the defending champions?
Yeah, actually, this is the second time in a row. They also did this in match number 5, or rather match number 6, which just had finished. So, we will see what will actually ATSX learn from this specific situation. And I think one of those learnings should be not to drop together with YG. But they still have 40 more seconds. ATSX Extreme is just right above that corner wherein YG were not. And the rest of YG would want to spot them out. And I think this is going to be quite long, as YG would still have to push a bit forward, even onto ATSX Monboy. But nearest to Master Smile would be ATSX Extreme. I guess they're going to go for that 1v1 situation later on. But with those two eliminations already, 4 out of YG, this is looking good for YG, but of course not a good thing for ATSX.
They're probably waiting for Romeo to get a car, and then Romeo can probably go for a flank here so that they can dissect the members of ATSX. That was just a mistake made by Say Cloud going out on the open. Just overcommitting is what he have done there. And you can see now Romeo right on the backside. He doesn't have any vehicles, Aya, but he's running towards the hill, maybe trying to go for a flank. But looks like Smile has that height advantage here, and maybe he can be the one. Oh, actually, looks like Nexus Vanguard now went for the third party.
Ooh.
And this will be it for ATSX. Again, don't you ever challenge the defending champions. YG is on a different level. You're currently on top number 19 and you're now out and you're not going to qualify in the Super Weekend.
Yup, so with that happening, unfortunately, ATSX, it was good having you for the league stage for the first 2 weeks, but that would be the end of your run here for our PMCL Southeast Asia Fall. Hoping to see you guys in the next split. But for now, they all have to rest and probably watch the remaining matches in order for them to learn even better.
For right now, nothing much is happening. Just rotations for all the teams. Hyra or Hybrid XRA, another team that needs to do a lot of work here in the final match of the day. Just a little bit of points here. Maybe just 10 points would be enough, right? For team Hybrid XRA, just to make sure. But they got to make sure that NGGZ and KHI will be eliminated in the process early as well. So there's a lot at stake here, Aya.
Yep.
For me, CTS will be good to go. They're qualified already. I would say SBD Vicious also is good to go for the Super Weekend. But what you're not seeing in the scoreboard right now is Team Max. They're the ones in trouble right now.
They're really in trouble at this rate. So we will see if they're actually going to be able to catch up with all of those points that they were not able to get during the first few matches. But that is actually the case right here. You don't wait until the very final game for you to get all of those points, garner all of those points, and form all of those eliminations, because there's really no assurance. It is still very uncertain up until that final moment. So might as well try to bank on those points early in the matches. So just like what those teams on top did, YG, MSI, Goa, BG, NX, and everyone else. So again, I just hope that they learn the lessons, and hoping for those other teams who can still bounce back after match number 6. Match number 7.
And you know what? I was looking at the scoreboard after 19 matches, and winning a future also can be in trouble here. They only have like 72 points. That's pretty close to KHI.
Yeah.
And Team Max, which is top number 15. But look at Master D2K. Oh, he potatoed.
Oh no.
That shot, not a single bullet connected.
Oh no, that was really bad right there. But let's see. We sometimes have those bad days, bad games, specifically for him. But now let's check who will have a bad or a good day as that circle moves. Where would that go? Ooh, that would be going around the Airflood Villera. Still in favor of our Goa and those teams around. But even though that circle is in favor of them, Goa LKS would be spotted by the opponent, which is actually our Hybrid X Rising Aces. And joining them would be Good Game.
Yeah, Good Game is actually on top of the hill, top of the mountain, and they're just checking if the circle would go to them on the kill feed, though MSI able to drop one player off from Nexus Vanguard. And looks like Alex trying to ask for a rescue, but he will bleed out in the process. It looks like Team Hybrid XRA now will occupy that gasoline station. That's a really good area to be in, especially in this type of circle. And for Team Hybrid XRA, that's an additional point already for them. And you can now see the updated scores on the right-hand side of your screens, guys. Team Hyra, Hybrid XRA, is now on top 16.
Ooh. With them joining that, now KHI, we're now going to focus on them. Let's see if they would be able to overtake our Hyra. But wait, we have our CDS. Woem being knocked down. That will be Hyra Ryujin taking that elimination. And with Min from above holding that frag grenade onto CTS. Oh, nades will be exchanged right there, but will that be received? We are seeing that be that person coming in from below. But with those flames joining in that engagement, Hyra mid will be knocked down. CDS School with that confirmation.
Team Hybrid XRA cannot afford to lose this fight. Right now, they go in. Oh, they actually knock one down here inside. As they go in, Cool will be the last guy for CTS. Cool right now will throw up. I'm not sure if it actually connected, but right now, Ryujin will also join in the fun. They know someone is right on top, so they go forward. And right now, it'll be a 2v1. Hash will go for the revive now. Cool. Try his luck, but again, he has to be careful here because GG Esports is actually going for the third party. And right now, Hash. Oh, very brave. It actually didn't wait for his teammates. He just opted to push by himself. Eliminates now CTS. Now, for Team Hyra, they now have 5 eliminations. This is what they needed to secure a slot for tomorrow.
This is sort of a tag game for Hyra and our KCHI. Hyra now surpasses KCHI, but now for KCHI, they also need those points. So we will see. We will see what else will happen there later on. And GGZMM will now be spotted by our YG. So they're battling outside the blue zone and even to the farthest side of the map right here. So we're not actually seeing them from this angle, but we will see and check them later on. But for KCHI, they're also struggling to get inside the circle. And as they push forward, they could possibly meet our ATS, but ATS had different plans. So now they are going to a different route right there. But for NGGZMM, that would be a confirmation onto their side. Now, still NGGZ struggles because Jarrell will also be spotted.
They're actually left with 2 now. Fame goes down, though. But more than likely, GG will not be able to push them because remember, GG is right on top of that mountain. Unless they, get out of that mountain, they will be able to push Hybrid XRA, but going back to NGGZ, they're left with 2, and they're even in the blue zone. So, they just won recently. So again, just one step at a time here for NGGZ. If they really wanted to qualify, they must take it slowly here, going into the circle.
They really need to take it slow but sure. We have here. Bullets will also connect onto GG Master D2K coming in from, I believe that was from below. KCHI Blanks now would want to go forward to revive KCHI Jappy, but through that smoke, will he be able to survive? I think he will. Good thing they have a bit of the cover. Probably that is a vehicle right there. Vehicle, stuck vehicle. We're not sure, but we have one more engagement going on just around the map. But for ATS, they're also still struggling because they don't want to enter the circle as early as possible because there would definitely be a lot of unnecessary battles as they go.
And K1J still in the blue zone. Or actually not in the blue zone, just right on top of the circle. The one in the blue zone is actually Godmuzu. And now ATS joins in the blue zone. They will need to rotate now, or else they will be damaged by that blue. We're now on stage number 3, and the damage per second here of the blue zone in Miramar is totally different compared to Erangel and Rondo. As Soirée will take a hit. For now, he will try to reset. And they now set up the smoke. And for now, for K1J, what they're planning is to just gatekeep ATS altogether. ATS cannot find an opening here.
Oh, that is going to be tough for that of ATS as they're also receiving bullets, not only from behind them, but also in front. Courtesy of our K1J as 1 second managed to knock down ATS Dre right there. But with the circle movement, they are both going to be outside of the safe zone, with Goa still taking the exact middle portion of that circle together with our IQ and even some of the players of MSI and even BG.
And ATS now will be able to reset. Oh, but not now, because Godmuzu fortunately was able to get a headshot onto Wham, and Dre goes down in the blue as well. So again, like what I said, like what I just mentioned, the blue zone is totally different here. It is way too much. So you just need to get in, as what God7 is doing right now. But God7, he needs to change vehicles right now because his RB is actually all up on smokes, or probably a Murado. And now, Cheat, another player of ATS, still out in the blue zone. Will have to heal up for now. So again, what the K1J is doing, they're able to successfully gatekeep ATS.
You know, YG having 6 eliminations, they actually don't even need to get more points, as we always say, before going on into the Super Weekend. They're definitely secure with that spot, staying on the #1 spot, but most likely they would still either want to get that chicken dinner for an additional $100, or they would want to maintain that #1 spot. But wait, let's now try to check as they are battling with the #2 rank, which is actually MSI. But for Infus of Viera, they have spotted NGGZ, and that would also be Michi going back to the lobby. So NGGZ now being left with only final player, and that will be K1J also losing one of their teammates.
GG Esports now planning on going at the eastern side, but looking at the situation here, TTQ will meet with them, as now they're going to chase down onto GG. But they would need to be careful also because PG Burmese Gold from afar, just spraying down on them, now all up on smokes. Is there Coop RB. Jappy, though, on the kill feed will go down. And for KHI, that's basically what they don't love, what they don't want to happen is for their players to be knocked down. Still early in this matchup here because we are still at stage #4. Just approaching mid-game now. TTQ, they are forced to basically just hide at this ridge area now, Aya. The road right in front of them is just way out in the open. So they are just probably planning on getting a there's like a very small compound right nearby them.
That is, you know, the only option that they have at this point. But for all of the other teams, I think that is also going to be the same thing for them. They just have to find probably a better spot right inside of the circle, and then try to move around in any case that circle moves away from their spot. But now we have Time Pikazuki spotting Infa XV Lion from that end, but with no go coming in from that attempt. Now with the circle moving again, where would it actually shift to? Will it still favor our Goa, or will it go to a different spot? Oh, still with Goa right here. So nice one for our Goa. Let's see how long will they be able to stand this positioning, as they have several teams would want to contest that from them.
Smile now cooking up the frag grenade. Now Ryman together with Monboy. Actually, they damaged Master Smile. But here comes the backup here for YG. It's a battle between top 1 and top 2. Mernat now cooking up the frag grenade of his own. Oh, he actually bounced off right to him. Now Master Smile, though, will be spotted by Ryman. And he comes in with the SAT-97. But again, here comes the backup from YG. Ryman, though, unfortunately will go down. But there comes range. Oh, actually, Pretzel knocks down Romeo on the kill feed. Mernat, though, will survive. And for MSI and YG, they're left with only one for each. It's going to be a 1v1 now. And Pretzel will try to go around. Maybe try to look for the last guy. Oh, actually, Mernat takes those hits. But the S12K will stop YG. MSI survives. YG gets 7, MSI now with 4. But for how long will he survive? Because here comes ATS.
Now with ATS going around right here and going for that push, or will they just move around? I think that is not going to be a push. Anyway, we have here GG versus our team Hyra. Ryujin now will be confirmed in the process as he takes that kill for sub GG Master D2K. Now with all of those mollies pushing in onto Hyra, Fame will try to survive while GG's having 2 other players still knocked down on the side of this building. Hyra Fame right here Would he want to go for that confirmation or would he prioritize being safe? That is the question right here because the circle is actually just right behind them. With the NXT Loki being spotted by KHI Migs at the same time, Fame only has a little bit of HP left, and that would be quite unfortunate because he stayed outside, and that was taken by GG Master D2K as a signal to push forward as well.
And GG Master D2K able to heal up on the kill feed, though Bunny will be gone, and now that's it. Actually, that's the final member of TTQ. But here comes the retaliation of Hybrid. Oh! S12K! They saved their life here in this matchup. Now they're up on top number 14. I think they're already solidified their way in the second Super Weekend. But here comes Infamous. Forsaken now comes in. TBS versus SLK, and actually he goes down, and good thing Lion was there to go for the backup with a frag grenade knockdown. But here comes the backup as well for Burmese goals. And now Yatka all ready with his frag grenade, and now he will try to cook, but Forsaken has his own. But looks like he will overthrow it for now. And for Infamous Xaviera, they will go for the reset.
And with them going for that reset, let's see if they would still be able to enter the circle together with BG. Oh, what a magnet that we have here coming in from Goa. They are again inside of that safe zone, but wait, we have here that nade coming in from BG Lil Yatka, even with that physical explosion onto Infa Xaviera. They lost one of their teammates, and as BG Lil Yatka just opts to move around first, trying to avoid that battle onto Infa Xaviera, but he did not manage to avoid that damage coming in from that blue zone. That is really painful at stage number 6, but good thing that they were still able to get right inside of the circle. But Infa Xaviera heard and finally felt their presence right there. They knew that is what they're gonna do. But for BG, that is gonna be their final moment here, courtesy of Infa Xaviera Lion.
And Infamous Xaviera, really good showing here in match number 20. Oh, look at that frag grenade from Pretzel. Even though he's all alone, he can handle himself. Looks like 1 second will try to go for that revive. But again, God Muzu will be there at the back end. But no, it will not be K1J, but it will be ATS who will eliminate Misfit International.
And with that happening right here, and all the teams securing just around the circle, we have ATS God 7 knocking down IQ Rambo. We are still feeling that ATS still wants, of course, to get into that Super Weekend, but I do really not think that would be possible at this rate, even given that they only have 2 players here inside. Oh, nice spray coming from Chi, though. He knocks down 2 of the players of our K1J, and even confirming that courtesy of ATS God 7. So eliminated onto that spot, onto our 8th rank would be our K1J.
And Clay Jr. now goes for the spray. IGL of GOA. They were actually very, very good early in this day, and then eventually they snowballed way downward spiral. So this is probably their redemption game here in the final match of the day. But here comes KHI. Migs now crashes onto the compound of Nexus Vanguard. But on the kill feed, I say actually goes down, courtesy of Team Hybrid XRA Esports. But then, oh, here comes the second crash of KHI, but KZ gets blanks down. Jappy down to half HP as well. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard. Joji is on half HP. KZ just healed up on his own with a first aid. And he will now go for the full boost as well. Ooh, but look at that frag grenade. Loki gets Claire down. But here comes a trade knock from Claire with a molly. So it is still even here between KHI and Nexus Vanguard. But Mix down to very low HP. Oh, that's it. And KHI will not go through the second Super Weekend as they are still at top number 17.
They would not qualify to get with NGGZ and ATSX. So we only have one team looking at ATS right now. But again, as I've mentioned, realistically speaking, is really not gonna be so possible for ATS unless they get that chicken dinner and they get more eliminations. Even though they only have 2 players here, that is the only time they are gonna be able to qualify for the Super Weekend. But let's wait and see. We still have a lot of teams right here, still at 6. We have IQ Master Hong spotting Team Hyra right there. But now with the compound, we have Nexus Vanguards having a good advantage, being isolated from all of the other teams. They could easily get this whenever the chicken dinner, in my opinion. So let's see how those teams would actually make their way through the circle.
And for now, Infamous Saviera has 6 eliminations. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard. They now have 8. So they have the 2 most eliminations here. Except for YG, who already got eliminated. But then, as I was saying, Infamous Saviera, Nyepe Kiao gets Ise out. And also, Lion goes down. Claude will be the last member. Oh, clutches his way through for Infamous Saviera as they eliminate IQ. But the circle, by the way, circle has shifted all the way up on the northern side of the playable area. GOA and Nexus Vanguard will most likely take control of this matchup.
And with that control right here, it might really be Goa's lucky day today, as one of the comments in YT. Now, they're still focused on ATS, coming from Nexus Vanguards, and also onto Hyra, as Goa Clay Jr. throws that nade onto Fame. With a bit of that damage, Infax V Claude will be spotted at the same time, and that will be the final player actually of our Infamous Saviera, leaving us with only 4 teams in the match. 3 players of Goa, 3 players of NX, 2 players of Hyra, and 2 players of ATS.
Youth Loki now just keeps on spraying. Hyra though, Hash already down and out. Only 1 player left for Hybrid XRA, but again, like what I just mentioned earlier, Hybrid XRA is surely gonna qualify in the second Super Weekend of this week, but who needed it more is ATS. If they can get a winner here, then ATS will qualify.
They could qualify right there, but with 30 more seconds right here, we still have 2 teams from Myanmar, 2 teams from the Philippines. Again, we are only looking at ATS right now because they are the only ones not able to get into the finals, or rather into the Super Weekend yet. So for Goa, I think they really could still have that advantage right here onto Hyra. With that Molly not actually touching Hyra Fame, so that is a good one for him. Well, with that smoke, was that a smoke? I don't know what happened right there, but with this nade, oh yeah, that was a smoke. But with that nade throwing onto Hyra Fame, he did not catch that well as well. With a 54 more seconds on our clock, this would definitely go to Nexus Vanguards at this rate. They have a compound, they have a good spot, and they still have 3 players left.
Well, and that's it. Just denies Fame. Congratulations to Hybrid XRA as they qualify in the second Super Weekend. For right now, it'll be up to ATS. Can they clutch this one? This is a pretty good story here if ever they can clutch this one out. Oh, Rex. Oh no, it's actually Chi who will be taken down. But more than likely, they will be able to revive themselves. I believe so that they have a ridge that they can use to defend themselves. There's still a lot of time here. 10 more seconds left here, Aya, before we see the final battle.
Final battle is approaching right here. This is really interesting. We still have a good chance for Goa 2, which we can say that it could be their lucky day. But for Nexus Vanguards, they're also quite lucky when it comes to their positioning. With that nade going on to Cute Loki right there. Clay Jr. now. Good thing that he managed to escape that one. But with that smoke, nice one. For going Epic Cow, he was able to knock down NXT Loki. That was also a knockdown onto ATSG, and ATS got 7 as they have to say goodbye. Now we only have 2 final teams in this match. A 3v3 situation as Cute Loki was able to be revived at that point. And with that nade being thrown onto his spot, we will see, because we are seeing that safe zone, rather that blue zone, chasing after both of our teams. But with the high ground advantage, I think this is going to be leaning towards our Guardians of Angels.
Yeah, more than likely, they have the high ground advantage. Clay Jr., the IGL, is now trying to get even closer to Nexus Vanguard, and now he's going to throw out his utilities. Actually, good placement of smoke here for GOA, making sure that they will be able to get even much closer. And there you go, Clay getting one knock, and there you have it for match number 20. Guardians of Angels getting another winner chicken dinner for day number 3. And by the way, Aya, as we go along this day, unfortunately for ATS Pro,
yep,
if I'm not mistaken, based on the math that I'm thinking of right now, their scores wouldn't be enough to qualify.
And I think the same thing goes for ATSX and NGGZ and KHI. I believe those are the 4 teams who were not able to qualify for the Super Weekend, but we will see that later on, and we will confirm that before our, of course, winner chicken dinner. Let's not take away the spotlight from Guardians of Angels. They had been so lucky for today, getting that circle, getting those chicken dinners. I believe this is their second, right? This is their second for today. First was in map number 1, and now here in map number 6. So starting the day strong and ending the day strong is a storyline for the side of Guardians of Angels.
Yeah, you're right with that. They started really strong with the first 3 matchups, and then in the previous match, prior match number 20, they were really so bad. And then eventually here in match number 20, the circle was in their luck, and right at the end, they were able to dominate Nexus Vanguard. And you can see now the results. Nga Pek Yao, 1 Elim, Clay with 4, Rex with 3, and KS, also known as Alex, with 0. That's why I was saying KS earlier, because I know him KS, not Alex.
Yes.
So they got a total of 8 eliminations here, so a total of 18 points for the side of Guardians of Angels. But again, the story so far here in the final match here, right at the bottom end of the overall rankings, is KHI unable to qualify, Hyra or Hybrid XRA able to qualify. And now let's take a look at the highlights.
GG's again to Goa and those wonderful highlights during our match number 20 out of 20. They had a total of 18 points. Meanwhile, for Renix, they had 15, Hyra with 11, ATS with 10, Tara with Infazivera, YG with 8, MSI with 4, and BG with 4. So shout outs to the moderators on YouTube channel. Thanks for putting me on timeout. I might have spoken a lot during those moments. So shout outs to you guys, and shout outs to those who are looking for me. I'm here, don't worry. You also hear my voice even if you don't read my comment. So shout out to Mufe, shout out to you, to Utkarsh, Rathi, to Messi 10, and shout out to Myo Min So 969, and yeah, shout out to you guys. Thanks so much for your love and support. I love you guys. Moving on to the second half of our scores right here, we have IQ having 2 points, K1J with 2, as well as CTS, KHI with 1, GG with 1, ATSX with 1, and unfortunately for China Quicken and GGZ, they did not get any points during that match.
And you know what? Even with NGGZ's winner chicken dinner in match number 19, looks like they won't qualify as well. That's the big story here. Well, let's see. To officially show you the overall rankings, let's see who gets in and who goes out. Goa gets the number 1 spot here with a tiebreaker. By the way, the tiebreaker starts with the winner chicken dinner. They got 3 the 3 days of qualification. So they are up against YG with that scores. And here is the story so far, confirming now the teams that will not qualify in the Super Weekend will be KHI, ATS, NGGZ, and ATSX. Unfortunately for KHI, look, 67 points for both. The only thing that is breaking things up here is the chicken dinner of Team Max.
Oh no, that was really, really unfortunate for them. But of course, well, it is what it is. We have our top 4 teams as of match number 20. Go with 8 eliminations, NX with 9, Hire with 7, and ATS with 5. Our storyline had been around the Myanmar teams and Peach teams during the final moments, but eventually that went towards Goa. We're in. Again, this is their lucky day, but we're not only just crediting it to their luck, but also, of course, their skills inside of the match. So their skills plus their luck equals a very good performance. That was what I was supposed to comment, but moderators, put me on timeout. But again, now we have here Goa Clay Jr. with that MVP title with 4 eliminations, 664 damage, and 148 damage taken here in the game. With 48%, most of those would be body shots, and actually a high percentage of that headshot with 22% and 30% on the lower limbs.
You know what? What's going to happen here now, Aya, is that since KHI played Super Weekend number 1, they got 4 points already from that. And now, since KHI is not going to be playing, they're now stuck with that league rank points. Now, the story here is that Team Max qualifies, as now we're showing you the teams qualified for the Super Weekend. And since Max qualifies now for the Super Weekend, they now have a chance to get more than 4 points for the league rank points. And you know what Team Max have done in the previous season, Aya, in summer? They came back all together and actually even got top number 3 in the grand final. So very interesting stories here in the second week of the group stage. Congratulations to everyone qualifying here for the Super Weekend. Most especially to Team Hybrid XRA, who really did a lot of work right at the end of this day. But here are the casters right now. This is Kuku TV together with Miss Aya Plays. And again, special shout outs to our moderators out there on YouTube, as Aya herself was timed out. But I'm not sure why I'm not timed out. I did speak other language out there. But anyways, we are done here for the first 3 days of week number 2. But before we even close this night, guys, again, in a world where speed, power, and style define the winners, one smartphone stands above the rest. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. As the official gaming phone for PUBG Mobile Challengers League, it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. It's 6.67 inch, 1.5K smooth. You'll never want to look away. And with also a 6,000 milliampere battery, 70 watt ultra charge, and 30 watt wireless charging, this isn't just a phone. This is the future in your hands, the POVA 7 series.
future in our hands will definitely be Tectopova 7 Ultra 5G, built for winners. I need this device so I can comment on our YouTube channel. I would create another one so that we can chit chat in the comments. Again, shout out to all of you guys. Thanks so much for the love from Myanmar, from Cambodia, or from wherever you are, from the Philippines, or even from Brunei. But now, in order for you to keep playing longer, you need to update to the version 4.0 so that you can experience super smooth graphics inside of the game. That will give you less CPU usage on average 10%, less GPU usage 10%, less power consumption average 5 to 7%.
Please update right now. Also in the update, the spooky Soirée is on its way. Get ready for the new gameplay and epic IP collaborations unlocking now. Big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun.
More spooky fun, but it's spookier when you get on timeout. Now, I've seen the poster already. I am just excited to see this in game. My game, my rule, my survival launch date was last week for PC, September 10. On console was yesterday, September 18. And on mobile was today, September 19. So don't forget to check right now, because this is indeed a wonderful, wonderful collaboration between PUBG Mobile, yes, and G-Dragon.
Yeah, it's available now on all platforms. And also, the Lotus experience is right now available in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus cars, Emira and Emea. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await. Available for a limited time.
And if this is only available for a limited time, don't forget to check it right now inside of PUBG Mobile, because you might lose the chance to make your journey unexpected inside of the game. But I think this is it for now. We are going to go for a rest for tonight, and we are going to go on the Super Weekend for Saturday and Sunday. Again, this is I Play together with Kuku TV, and see you again tomorrow.